The views expressed on X96's Radio from Hell show do not necessarily reflect the opinions of Broadway Media, its management, owners, or advertisers.
This program is intended for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised.
From the Hoops Vision Studio, KXRK-FM and HD1, Provo, Ogden, Salt Lake City. Win one.
What? Come on now.
See, the usual gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because on this day,
in 19... Nope, I can't do it.
She can't do it.
oh,
Oh, Carrie, you're in the studio.
yes,
Oh. Well, there's a...
we're trying to figure out why you would be having this problem.
And the music's really... Oh, what? No, it's still there.
Gina is hearing... For those of you listening on the radio right now, and I'm sure you won't stay with us much longer if this continues, there's a technical problem, and Gina is hearing herself echo back, and that makes it almost impossible to say anything. But so because on this day, it's Dolly Parton's birthday. So Jolene is, of course, one of her famous songs. And, and that was who, Carrie?
Me First and the Gimme Gimmes.
Yeah. So
Their remake of Jolene.
I like Dolly Parton's original, and you were playing a little bit earlier of the Jack White version of it, and I just heard that first part of it, and I thought, well, that's not very good.
It drags. That's why I immediately pivoted to the Me First and the Gimme Gimmes.
Jack White.
Well, the White Stripes.
You know, I can't hear that, but you're... Wait a minute. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Because now it's not...
It's moving.
Now, it's not doubling back on me, but I can't hear whatever it is you're playing, if that tells you anything.
Really?
About.
You should be able to. Because
Nope,
I'm sending it down the auxiliary.
I hear...
Now let's try that. How's that?
No, now it's doing it
It's
again.
doubling back when it does that. Okay.
So
Well, in order for you to hear us, those have to be in. It's the Vox Pro. That's it. I figured it out. Did it stop?
Nope. It stopped a minute ago. Was doing it again. Sorry, I can't talk.
Well,
It stopped for a second when you took the music out.
How's it going?
when I took the music out.
Because I can't hear the music now.
I may have to switch her back because Switch me. That's it. Okay, all right.
Hello.
We'll get there, Gina. Don't worry.
Hi. How's it going? I can't hear Gina if she's talking.
She's there. She's
There are
there.
buttons that are
She's there.
weird.
I'm here.
Hi, Gina.
Good morning. Nope, now it's doing it again. It
Power
was
through
fine
for a second.
ago.
This is going to take me like 30 seconds to fix, so power through.
Well, maybe we should play another song or something.
No, because
It's going to be 30 seconds. If you just hang on, all right?
You talk, Bill, for 30 seconds.
If you know anything about me, Gina, I can't talk for 30 seconds. It's almost impossible. I clam up, I get tongue-tied, and then I can't say anything. You've known that about me for a long time. 30 seconds worth of talk from me is just about crazy. I can't do it. I don't. You know, my mother always said, "You have a motor mouth, son. You need to shut up once in a while."
Put a sock in it?
Huh?
Put
What?
a sock in it?
I'm sorry. Put a sock in. Are you still echoing? Is that what
Yes.
you're? Yeah. Okay. Have you joined the Navy, by the way, Gina?
No, my son, Festus.
Well, I know, but you're wearing a Navy hat. That would say to me, I'm in the Navy.
Now I can't
No.
hear Bill.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, that's 30 seconds worth of talk from me, and now I don't know.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Everything that I'm doing says it should be working.
Well, Katie has been running the board, and maybe she can just push all the right buttons. You have them set up the way she, has done it, because.
Oh,
it's
well, that's
worked
what
really
we were
well.
doing. That's what we were doing. We had that,
Okay.
and now we're trying something different
Okay.
because for some reason it decided not to work this time.
Yeah. Well, I would just suggest, I guess we'll just wait. We'll just wait to see what's wrong, and hopefully we'll get the
Switch those two.
It's National Popcorn Day today. That makes me happy. I like popcorn. I love popcorn, and I don't have it often enough. Oh, like a summer rose. I have no idea. What was that, Gina?
It's still doing it. Oh, wait.
Okay.
No. Now
You're
it's
fine?
I'm fine. I can hear
You're
Bill.
fine. Okay, you can, and I can hear you.
Can I hear Carrie?
And
Well,
Carrie,
yeah, you can hear
you?
me. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well then we're fixed.
That's better.
For some reason, well,
Now, Carrie, one other quick thing here, Carrie. I would say, compared to Gina, you sound very low.
Yeah.
You-
Almost like you're
Well-
coming in from a different.
Yeah.
well,
process
I wish I could help you there.
Well, you could turn up your microphone.
No, I can't.
Oh, it's all the way up?
Yeah. I think I know what's going on.
Well,
I got it. How about if I unplug it and plug it back in?
That's
you think
it,
that'll
yeah.
help?
is the
All
ground
right.
wet?
Yeah.
Now, perhaps people hear you just fine. I'm
They
sure
do.
on the radio.
My
Okay.
level is fine.
Well, then I can adjust my knobs here to hear you better.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Play with your knobs there.
Please, Carrie, that.
I was giving you technical advice. What are you talking about?
This has been epic farting around.
Is that what this is?
Yes.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's farting around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay.
See, for some reason, Gina's tie line really likes this one particular pot.
Yes.
And I tried switching it to a different one.
Oh.
Even though it said that it would like it, it really didn't. It
No.
lied. So I tried switching it so that I could play stuff from my pad because we don't
I
have
see.
the music that we want to play here. So I
I
need to
see.
plug that in, and I moved it, and you can't. So
We're a music station. Why don't we have the music we want to play there?
exactly.
That doesn't make
can't
any
have
sense
nice
at all.
things.
I don't know, but I'm sure it's the morning show's fault.
It doesn't make
Somehow
sense.
the
Everything's
morning
our
show is
fault.
to blame. Yes.
Yeah. So where are we time-wise here?
Oh, we're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Carrie's, you're in the studio for the next couple of days because there's some kind of construction going on at your house, right?
Yes.
And how do you feel about that? Do you feel nervous? Or
Well,
are
I
you
was fine until just now.
No, I don't. I mean about the. Oh, and tell me I brought it up.
No, with all this,
about the virus,
all this stuff. No.
the coronavirus.
I'm not happy about being here. No.
Well, you're although you're pretty isolated.
Yeah.
You're in there by yourself. Katie comes in once in a while, but that should be okay. So have at it, I guess. It's weird.
Have at it.
Thanks. I will.
It's weird though. It's just odd to have you there and look at you in the studio, and I keep thinking, well, then we should be there.
Yeah,
too.
have us not be there too.
Yeah.
It's now not the time more than ever, though, for
Exactly.
us not to be.
Of all the times, yeah.
39,000 cases over the weekend.
Well, here's a fun little thing. I was supposed to have a doctor's appointment this week. Okay?
Yeah.
And I was a little concerned about it.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd call the doctor's office and say, what sort of protocols have we got? Because I keep, I read our reports from our friends of the program, texting and chat room and DMs and all that. And you see things about how every doctor's office is different. So I thought I'd ask them, what are your protocols? Masks, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I called and they were happy to tell me that I didn't have an appointment.
Why?
Apparently, the person who I spoke to earlier forgot to press save.
Oh, no.
Oh well.
So I said, well, then push it back. Let's go
better.
a month and a half, something like that. So
No, I had a doctor's appointment yesterday with our friend Dr. Cobble, who will be on the show coming up.
Yes.
And I don't know. I didn't feel bad about that. He's, I felt that it was
You
safe
trust
enough.
him?
Yeah, it was safe, and even though he and I were in a small exam room together,
Did he examine you in the exam room?
Yeah, all he did yesterday was put his stethoscope on my on my chest. And listen to my. That's all he did, and then we just had a talk about certain conditions from which I have been suffering.
You got a condition?
Yes, you might have heard me talk about it. It's a bad back.
That same old. It's not a new condition. It's the same condition.
That's right. That same old condition that pretty much cripples me, Gina. That's right. It's just that same old condition.
You just went to see what condition your condition was in when you went to see Dr. Cobble.
Dr. Cobble told me an interest. Well, he said, Dr. Cobble said, I feel very safe because I wear my mask constantly. I mean, I just always have it on. He said, but there was one occasion, maybe I'll let him tell the story.
Okay.
An occasion where he realized he wasn't wearing his mask and it was not a good situation, but he didn't get COVID. So maybe it's not much of a story.
Was he making out with Stuart Adams? Is that what he was doing? Wait a minute, I shouldn't be doing this.
There it is. About 8 people got that joke. 8 people, I would think. Carrie and 7 others.
But the right people got it.
Oh, no. Carrie, me, and 6 others got it.
And the other 6 aren't even up now. They'll get it later when they listen to the podcast.
Yeah, the podcast, right.
Hope you enjoyed that.
And unfortunately, Stuart Adams will never hear it.
No, he won't.
Oh, no. I'm betting Stuart's listening as close as he can this morning.
Carrie, you know who she's quoted fairly often, Andrea Peterson, spokesperson for the Utah State Legislature, I think the Senate specifically, but she's quoted through all those stories about Stuart Adams and all of that. And you know who she is?
No.
She's our old friend, Reverend Steve Peterson's daughter.
Really?
Yeah. You've met her. She's been at the studio, and I think I mentioned that to you once before. But yeah, she's the.
Now, who's she again?
Pardon me?
What is she doing?
She's she was a spokesperson for just one specific person, but now she's the spokesperson for the legislature.
For the entire legislature.
The PR person for the legislature.
Okay. All right.
And she's a you know who she worked with is what's his name? Mr. Tan, Mr. Boxer.
Greg Hughes?
Yeah, Greg Hughes. That's who she worked for.
Well, could she talk some sense into all those people?
Well, I'm not going to speculate, but I think she doesn't want to do that.
Oh, no.
I won't speculate,
Okay.
but the Reverend Steve, who is an old friend of ours,
Yes.
he's actually my oldest friend.
Really?
Yeah, I've known him consistently longer than any person.
Dave Peterson.
Yeah, Stephen Ball Peterson here. We met in junior high school, and when we were 13, and he once saved me from being beaten up.
Wow.
You owe him then.
Yeah, and he also saved me one time from being hit by a car.
Wow.
I've never really done anything for him, but.
Right. Well, let's.
I called him on his birthday. It was December 22nd, and I hadn't talked to him for a long time.
All right.
And he's still Steve Peterson, that's for sure.
All right. Well, let's get this thing going now that we're in gear.
We're cooking with gas now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's I don't know, check-ins. I don't know what that'll bring, but let's see what happens. 877-602-9696 is the number. If you'd like to check in with the Radio from Hell show, tell us if you got the Stuart Adams joke, the Gina Stuart Adams joke. Or was it a Brad Wilson? No, it was a Stuart Adams joke, right?
Yeah.
877-602-9696. Perhaps you're excited about the fact that it's National Popcorn Day.
Sure.
Well, that's all coming up with the sign-on.
Yeah, 877-602-9696. Sign in with us, will you please?
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris Mancow.
Sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a cord,
Okay.
fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No. Anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then
How curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
And I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange.
Yeah.
I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No, so sorry. I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going
X96.com.
All right. It is 6:23. Let's get this over with.
All right. We will officially begin the program, and then please give us your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Maybe you'd like to chortle over the technical difficulties we've been having. That might be fun for you. 877-602-9696. Or, of course, you can check in via text, which is 33986. Gina?
This is brought to you by Technical Difficulties.
Oh, please, really?
Mm-hmm.
You should sponsor the show with something positive. Do you have anything
how about Visine? I keep it here because my eyes get dry. Visine.
So uncomfortable, awful, dry eyes. That's positive.
Yeah. There you go. Oh no, that's
all right. Here we go. Here we go.
Nice.
The moon, 97.6% of full. It's now a waning moon. The moon will set today at 9:14 a.m. Today being Wednesday, it's the 19th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the morning show that predicted 30 years ago coronavirus, 5G, and the Trump presidency. 30 years ago we predicted that, and no one would listen. We are the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. Gina Barberi is in her home studio wearing her Navy hat. Katie for short is our producer. She's in the producer's booth this morning, which is unusual. And are Miriam and Cameron Diaz there helping out as well?
Yes, they are.
All right. And it's National Popcorn Day, as I told you. National Tin Can Day. You know, where would we be without tin cans preserving our food? It's also World Quark Day.
Quark Day.
Yeah. Now, what would you think that'd mean?
Quark, like in the
it's astronomical, isn't it?
sense?
Isn't an exploding star? Isn't that a quark?
Not the character from Deep Space Nine.
Uh-huh.
I read this and I have no knowledge of this. World Quark Day is a special day set aside to celebrate the delicious cheese known as quark, sometimes spelled Q-U-A-R-G. It's mild, creamy, and much better for your health than regular cheese. I've never even heard of it.
That sounds like a study paid for by Big Quark.
That could be.
Let's go to our check-ins then.
All right.
Let's begin with, let's see, this is Jared. Hi, Jared.
Jared, good morning.
Good morning, lords and ladies.
Jared, were you enjoying all of that technical difficulty? Wasn't that funny?
You know, I didn't experience any technical difficulty on my end. You guys sounded fine.
Oh, good. That's all that matters.
Okay.
That's all that matters.
Oh, totally.
Okay.
So, first of all, Carrie, your fireside chat, perfect format, exactly what we needed this year.
All right, thank you.
Loved it. Gina, you haven't messed up the show yet.
Are you sure? I feel like you did.
Positive. And I called in the other week that I had caught COVID and tried to call back, but you guys had technical difficulties then.
Yeah.
But
our phone.
anyway,
lines.
all is good in the world for me.
Are you
right
feeling
now.
better? You recovered?
Oh, 100%.
Good.
Now, Jared, you had a word for Carrie and a note for Carrie and for Gina. Nothing for me at all?
I'm sorry. Was somebody talking?
Uh-huh.
I missed that.
Okay, Jared, up yours. Up yours,
Great,
Jared.
Love you.
All right.
Love you, Bill.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
He got you, didn't he?
It was very good.
Let's go to Adam.
Hey, Adam.
Morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Mm-hmm.
Geek Show says hey. And Gina, don't rub your eyes. It'll only make it worse.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else going on, Adam?
Well, I actually called to thank Carrie for the Me First and the Gimme Gimmes this morning.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Love that band.
You're welcome.
But I also wanted to curse you about that because now I have their music going through my head, and it's going to take all morning to get rid of it.
Wow, what a problem. Jeez.
Well, I'd play some more for you,
I know.
but this board doesn't want to let me, so.
I'm going to have to play a bunch when I get there.
Yeah. I can do it at
I'll play
home.
their Broadway album.
I can do it at home. I can't play it here.
You mean things are better when you're home? Is that what I'm
Yeah,
hearing?
at
Carrie?
home I can play all kinds of music. from
Well,
there.
Carrie, why don't you head out? You could be there in a half hour.
Probably could. All right.
Thanks for calling, Adam.
Thanks, Adam. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, in case you don't know, Carrie's in the studio this morning. Gina and I are still in our home studios. So.
Traffic.
Crash eastbound I-80 near Lake Point in Tooele County. Vehicles are on the left shoulder. It's foggy out there again this morning, so that could be causing some of the traffic issues you're seeing there. Crash northbound I-15 approaching 21st Street in Ogden. Left lane and shoulder are blocked. Move to your right to get past that. And what are you seeing out there? You can text us and let us know, 33986.
All right.
Oh, we need must-goes, by the way.
Yes, we need them now.
Yes, so if you have any must-goes that you would like to share with us, please quickly email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com, or you could even text must-goes to us. 33986 is the number to do that.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with your big boy news and things that must go right after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
They are, man, the team you trust, man. I'm telling you, man, they are a great tire company. They offer the lowest price on every tire every day at the locally owned Big O Tire store. Right now, they're having a sale on certain tires that you can save up to $100 instantly on select sets of 4 tires from Hankook, Toyo, Continental, Nitto, General, Pirelli, Goodyear, and Nexen. That's through the end of the month, so take advantage of that if you want to.
Not just tires, though. They can do all kinds of things. Brakes, alignments, oil changes, fluids, batteries, all of that. And you can schedule an appointment right on their website, bigotires.com. And they can get you in not just for tires, but any of those car repairs.
Yeah, so remember, Big O Tires, locally owned and operated. Find the one in your neighborhood. You can schedule an appointment online. Just go to, the team you trust, bigotires.com.
Let's go to, did you say Jennifer, Katie? Is that who that is? Jeffrey, sorry.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hello.
What's up with you today?
So I just was rather interested with saying it was Hobbit Day, and it's like, September 23rd. Oh, yeah, that is Bilbo and Frodo's birthday, isn't it? But the calendar is wrong. The Shire calendar is actually off by a few weeks from us, if you actually go into that.
I had no idea,
The
but thank
Shire
you.
calendar.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Shire calendar.
And I made a point of looking into this simply because I got into a habit of reading Hobbit and Lord of the Rings every year on what would be the anniversary of when Bilbo takes his adventure to the Lonely Mountain.
And when is that?
I want to say that would be April 25th Shire calendar, which is, I believe, something closer to April 15th.
Can I ask you, Jeffrey, do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
I do have a wife, actually.
Really?
We've been married a little over 5 years, and we got together as a result of board game night.
That's
That
not
makes
surprising. That's not surprising.
I'm glad you have each other.
Well, Jeffrey, thanks for being a friend of the program. It's wonderful to hear from you, and thanks for enlightening us about the Shire calendar.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you later. It's nice to have Jeffrey out there to get us that information.
That is handy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Some critical race theory. Let's see, 6:34, and let's get into it with, we got Things That Must Go coming up here right after Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Did we get any must goes?
They will be sent to you forthwith.
Okay.
We could use some more, though. Always use some more. Things that must go. Radio from Hell at X96.com. Start the new year by becoming a nurse. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing education, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Learn more at nightingale.edu.
Well, all we can do is hope. I almost never use the word pray. Hope, a lot of people would say hope and pray, or our prayers go out to. I don't say that. I just say all we can do is hope, earnestly hope that Louis Anderson is going to be okay. Louis Anderson is battling cancer, and he's getting treatment at a Las Vegas hospital. A representative for Louis tells TMZ that the comedian is being treated for diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. Now, that type of cancer that Louis has been diagnosed with is the most common type of non-Hodgkin lymphoma in the world. And while it's an aggressive form of cancer, it is considered curable. Now, that's good news. Louis' rep, Glenn Schwartz, said Louis is resting comfortably in his hospital bed. And as you know, Louis is famous for being a stand-up and a good one. He's also famous for being, he's done a lot of interviews where he's done confessional things and owned up to things that he's done that he's not proud of. And I think I applaud him for that. And, of course, he's known for Baskets, the TV show Baskets, and where he played a woman.
Christine.
Yeah, Christine Baskets, and I believe won an Emmy for it. And
one of my most prized possessions is our old friend Allie McKay was interviewing Louis and got him to give me a shout out. It's one of my favorite
do you have it?
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, we had to play it somehow. But at any rate, it's unclear when Louis was diagnosed, but it is a curable form of cancer. So let's hope. And if you are the sort that prays, go ahead and pray for Louis.
Can't hurt.
This is good news, and I think, Carrie, you mentioned this a long time ago. I was speculating or wondering, I guess, why King of the Hill wasn't on anymore. It was always consistently good, and then it just kind of went away. And I think you mentioned, well, it looks like they're going to probably bring it back. And yes, it is true. They're closer than ever to making a return. The Hollywood Reporter says that Mike Judge and Greg Daniels recently reunited to form the animation company Bandera Entertainment. Their goal is to expand the animation genre to include as many subgenres as live action fare, and they've spent the past couple of years building up a slate of various animated projects. I don't know exactly what that means. They want to expand the animation genre to include as many subgenres as live action fare.
Weird stuff. Weird stuff. Different kinds of things, you know.
Okay.
It's
dramas.
not for you.
Anyway, they're not divulging any additional information, but it is reported that the return of King of the Hill is also in the works at Bandera. Mike Judge says most of the Bandera projects will be coming from other artists, but possibly teasing the animated sitcom he co-created with Judge. He slyly says, you know, there's one show that I might be a co-creator of, but the rest, well, it's mentoring other people and getting people together and being a studio in that regard. But, you know, there's one show that I kind of co-created that might come back. So, so that we'll move on from there. Is coming off a 3-day holiday weekend, the Utah Department of Health reported, and I guess this was, well, let's see, this is datelined yesterday. The Utah Department of Health reported an additional, ready? Hold on to something, okay? 39,882 new COVID cases, along with 28 new deaths. More troubling than that, perhaps, is this statistic. I can't remember where I saw this morning, but I wrote it down. There are 681 people in the hospital. That's the highest ever, I think. And ICU beds, the emergency, you know, the beds where they treat, they are 91.6% of full.
So that heart attack you were planning, don't put it off for another month.
You know, I had a car accident planned this morning. I had to put it off.
I think, unfortunately, I'm not sure, but I think, unfortunately, what they do, if there's a car accident or a heart attack, they take care of you and they move somebody out, I think, because those are immediate emergencies. Anyway, I'm not sure of that, but that's just my speculation.
And that 39,000, that's after the governor said, and don't go get tested.
Yeah, I mean, so is it accurate? Because
no, Dr. Dunn tweeted yesterday and said that number isn't accurate because people have been told not to get tested.
Now. So the governor announced that the state testing sites couldn't keep up with demand, fueled by the fast-spreading Omicron variant. And so the governor basically said, if you have symptoms, don't get tested because we can't. So it's that whole thing of rather than fixing a problem, we just say, well, let's just pretend it doesn't exist anymore. Let's not do it anymore.
Listen, we've tried nothing, and we're all out of ideas now. So
it's like with public education. people bitch and moan. Oh, legislators and this public school system. It's just so horrible. I know what we should do. We should have charter schools and give people vouchers for private schools. That's how. No, why don't you stop doing all of that and direct your attention to fixing public schools? And the same thing is happening here.
Well, but we have friends who own those charter schools, so,
if testing sites are overwhelmed, fix that problem so that people can get tested.
Exactly.
I don't get that. So
well, but then we'd be acknowledging that this is a problem, and the human capital stock need to get back to work. Otherwise, we can't meet our company's bottom line.
Now let's move on to something else because, well, I can't fix it. Well, yeah, this is great. Okay. Salt Lake City International Airport set a record for guns found in passenger carry-on luggage in 2021. In a release Tuesday, the TSA revealed that agents found a record-breaking 115 guns in people's luggage last year, easily surpassing the 71 total found the year before. So now this is going to be a speculation on my part again. Really, that 115 is not so. What they've done is they've just been looking harder. I think they just weren't looking hard enough before. If they had been, they would have found 115 guns. That the record number of firearm discoveries at the Salt Lake Airport continues to stun and disappoint, said TSA Federal Security Director. Despite an increase in the number of firearms that were brought by travelers to security checkpoints, TSA employees here and across the country have not lost their focus. They will still make you take off your shoes, which is way more important than a thorough search of your luggage, your carry-on.
It's like I speculated some time ago, and that is, I was raised around guns, and we were very much respect and reverence for the weapon. And we treated it as such. You never pointed it at anything you didn't want to destroy. I mean, acted like every gun was loaded. That doesn't happen anymore. They're like iPhones now.
They're an accessory.
And people just leave them in their luggage, and that's why you're finding more. Yeah, I have a pink one. Exactly.
I sort of misstated that. They've been looking harder, I guess. That's why they found 115 guns. They weren't looking hard enough the year before.
You don't think that it's more stupid people are trying to travel? It's not that?
Actually, Gina, I do think that.
Okay.
I was just sort of, I was trying to be sarcastic. I'm sorry that didn't come across. COVID, it's just, here's what disappoints me about COVID. The run of postponed shows of the musical Hamilton has been extended at the Eccles Theater. They had postponed shows through Thursday due to COVID. Now they're postponing them through Sunday, January 23rd. And then my guess is at some point they're going to just pack up and go home. Alexander Hamilton is going to jump back onto the $20 bill, and that'll all be done because... COVID.
We can't have nice things.
Hong Kong has got a huge epidemic as well of COVID, and they're blaming the outbreak on hamsters.
What?
Hong Kong is going to cull, that means kill, 2,000 small animals after reporting what could be its first ever known case of animal-to-human transmission. A 23-year-old pet shop employee diagnosed as the city's first traceable Delta infection in more than 3 months is thought to have been infected by one of 11 hamsters imported from the Netherlands that have tested positive for the virus. I've said for years, never trust a Dutch hamster. Dutch hamsters are... Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you a Dutch hamster. Don't look that up in the Urban Dictionary. What is a Dutch hamster? And let's see. Prosecutors are looking into Donald Trump's role in the January 6th insurrection. Now, this is not the committee. This is the Justice Department. They have provided little public indication of whether or how seriously they're investigating the role that Trump played in all of that. But on Tuesday, for the first time, evidence emerged in court papers that prosecutors have posed questions to at least one January 6th defendant that were focused on establishing an organized conspiracy involving Donald Trump and his allies to disrupt the work of Congress. The papers were filed by a defense lawyer in the case of Brandon Straka, a former hairstylist who founded a group called the Walkaway Foundation, which sought to persuade Democratic voters to leave the Democratic Party. One day before the Capitol was stormed, Mr. Straka spoke at a pro-Trump rally in Washington with prominent right-wing figures like the conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. Mr. Straka was also at the Capitol on January 6th. He's pleaded guilty to charges of disorderly. But significant here, he's entered a plea and he's talking to prosecutors, so he's going to plea bargain it. And he's going to hope, the theory is that he will talk. And finally this might be the first year that couples can't score a big Valentine's Day reservation at the White Castle hamburger stand or restaurant. But the fast food chain is still going to spread the love with a special menu deal. So that, I don't know why that ever became a thing, but for Valentine's Day.
Because it's silly.
Yeah.
It's not like going to a really nice restaurant for Valentine's Day.
For Valentine's Day, and there were, of course, limited number of places, but you could reserve a table at a White Castle fast food place. They're not going to do it this year, but they will offer the Love Cube meal for two celebrants for the holiday. The Love Cube is only available on
Can you
February.
get a Dutch hamster in the Love Cube? It sounds like.
On February 14th, it includes 8 sliders with cheese, 2 small soft drinks, and a choice of shareable sides for $14.99. You got to place your order at the store for takeout or order meal delivery. I'm going to place my order and see if they'll deliver to Utah. I think the closest White Castle is probably in the Midwest somewhere. But
why was I thinking we have one in St. George? That can't be right.
No,
that can't be right. Okay.
Yeah, we the only White Castle we have anywhere near here is if you go to the frozen food section of your local grocery store. Maybe that's what I'll do for Valentine's Day.
Do that.
I'll get some frozen sliders.
Your wife will love that.
Yeah, she will.
Sports weather traffic.
Let's see. On my Wordle yesterday, I know it doesn't sound like a good score, but I got it in 4 tries. That was a hard word yesterday.
Yeah, I did too. I got it in 4 too.
Sports?
I was pretty proud of that. That's it. No? Okay. The Jazz, they played the Houston Rockets tonight. It's a home game at 7 o'clock. Is that better sports for you? I guess. Weather is not better. It's actually pretty nasty. Patchy fog out there that just sort of sticks around all day as inversion-y haze. A high of 40 today, 40 again tomorrow. The next chance of maybe breaking that up will be Thursday night into Friday, about a 50% chance of a storm coming through. Thoughts and prayers for clearing out the air.
How about just
please. Thoughts? Hope? Yeah. How about hope? You like hope. Hope that the air clears out. And that fog could be affecting your traffic this morning. Those earlier accidents I was telling you about, they were about an hour ago, so I think they're probably not causing much trouble anymore. But if you see something, you can text us 33986, and I will pass it along.
All right. Thank you very much. Things that must go now, brought to you by
X96 welcomes Spoon to the complex on May 25th. Tune in all week to Nick Davis for your chance to go see them live. For more information, go to x96.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, our dear friend of the program, and you send them to us. Please, we need your must-goes. Send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put the things that are just bugging the hell out of you in the email, and then hopefully if we read it on the radio, it'll make you feel better, and maybe even those things will disappear from your life. So again, it's radiofromhell@x96.com, and then put must go in the subject line. Kerry.
Okay, I'll go first. First, a few from Mount Doom. Things that must go. Vertical burgers that are too vertical.
You got to squish them down to try to fit them in your mouth.
I don't know how I'm supposed to eat a burger that is taller than my head. I can't unhinge my jaw. Here's a thought, though. Rather than, curse you, Let's make burgers that are wider and not taller.
Just spread it out.
So like a submarine sandwich or something.
Maybe, yeah. Or just a bigger burger, but flatter so that you can fit it in your mouth. Second, being charged a subscription fee the day before it's supposed to renew. I was going to cancel it, so I wasn't charged. So now I have to talk to customer service and get a refund and cancel the subscription.
They're hoping you don't bother.
They're hoping. Exactly. They're hoping you don't bother. And then making a doctor appointment that's a month out, calling the day before to check on their COVID protocols, and then be told, what appointment? Come to find out that the last person must not have hit save on the appointment, and now I have to wait another month for the appointment. Save. Hit save. Very important. This next one from Amy Donaldson. Things that must go. President Stuart Adams and his decision to not wear a mask while presiding over the first day of the legislative session. Also, people who think masking to protect each other is a hill worth dying on, sometimes literally. People who try to avoid masks by eating and drinking in places where businesses are attempting to stay open and keep people safe. Did you see the video of the guy who kept a French fry in his mouth for an entire flight?
No.
For an entire flight, he kept a French fry in his mouth to say, I'm eating. I can't put my mask on. I'm eating. Let's see. People who don't leash their dogs. You entitled buggers have taken over every single trail on the Wasatch Front. There is literally nowhere for people to walk with dogs who need to be on leashes for a variety of reasons, from recent surgeries to reactivity to go and get some exercise. Public spaces require consideration of others. Mill Creek or the Bonneville Shoreline Trail are not your yard. Be considerate. Use a leash. It's, from Amy. Who's next?
I'll go next. I have a couple of my own. Interviewers, that is, if you're listening to a podcast and somebody's being interviewed, or interviewers who keep saying, right, yeah, when the interviewee is answering a question. Also, interviewers who ask a question, and then during the answer, they say, right, as though the interviewee is taking a quiz of some kind. They ask a question, answer, and then the interviewer goes, right. And of course, I'm talking about Mark Maron. No, this one is from, it doesn't say. It says, I am scheduled for a colonoscopy at the University of Utah Medical Center. So I thought it would behoove me to find out if they require their employees to be vaccinated, COVID vaccinated. And, they did until some lunatic judge put a hold on the Biden requirement.
Mm-hmm.
How about calling out those hospitals who are too stupid to enforce health guidelines? And this one says, thank you, Lords. And then it says, happy hump day, so I really shouldn't read this, but I'm going to. Instead of using my name, could you use my son's name? It's Zach, and he keeps laughing at me, and I think turnabout is fair play, right? Just a quick one that bears repeating. Again, I nearly slammed into somebody who almost fully entered a store and then planted a sudden stop right at the doors, effectively blocking all access.
Yep.
People, when you walk into a store, please take at least 3 GD steps in and possibly even veer to one side. Could you? Are you afraid to commit? You won't be nabbed by the store employees and forced to stay if you go fully inside. I'd just like you to move out of the way while you find your brain, okay? That's from Brent and Zach.
All right.
Gina?
Let's see. This is from Christian, lifetime listener. Christian says, thank you for letting me listen and vent. The thing that must go is the woman who harassed my wife at Target because our 4-year-old son was wearing a mask. She not only went out of her way to tell my wife she was abusing our child because of his mask, but continued to yell and tell other customers in the aisle that my wife was a child abuser for having him wear a mask.
Just doing what Tucker Carlson told her to do.
I just can't anymore.
Yeah.
Hello, Lords and Lady. Things that must go. Not being able to find the masterpiece Dogma on any streaming devices. Carpal tunnel syndrome must go.
Oh, the movie.
Yeah, the movie. The smog in our air must go. All these things must go. Thank you, Lords and Lady, for letting me listen. Stay safe and warm. Longtime listener and indigenous friend of the program, Rachel Gray Mountain. Thank you, Rachel. And finally, this from Marissa. Things that must go. Senate President Stuart Adams testing positive for COVID and opening the legislative session without a mask and shaking hands with reporters. Or in other words, the words of the Violent Femmes, everything, 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 everything.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Now we don't. Traffic, you have any at all?
I just want to remind people that it's foggy out there, so slow down and turn your lights on.
Good enough. All right, we will take a break. We'll be back with your first word in the $1,000 a day giveaway. Yes, we are just blatantly giving you money to listen to the radio station longer than you would normally. That's how this contest works, and we'll explain it coming up after these. Stand by. X96.
It's one of the most hotly debated public lands issues of the past several decades. The reintroduction of the gray wolf into Yellowstone National Park. Now, a similar controversy is brewing in Utah's state capital. Tonight on PBS, Frontline looks at the movement to reintroduce penguins into Salt Lake City. As recently as 40 years ago, Magellanic penguins roamed free in the tree-lined neighborhoods of Salt Lake's Avenues district. The flightless birds had few natural enemies, and their huge flocks were a common sight. But unrestricted hunting, family pets turned predator, and encroaching civilization all took their toll on these funny, waddling creatures, and they eventually became extinct in Salt Lake City. Join Frontline correspondents as they talk to the old-timers who still remember what it was like when penguins walked the Avs.
Well, what I remember most was the mess. Now, there were some that thought the penguins was cute. That is until they lived up here and had to clean up all the poop.
Oh, I do miss 'em. I remember when I was just a little shaver. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of 'em making that weird call they do. It was kind of scary. And kind of romantic, too, when you think about it.
Frontline will talk to the people who want to bring the penguins back to Salt Lake and to those who oppose it.
The penguins were here as a natural part of the environment. The delicate ecosystem of the Avenues district, and of Capitol Hill for that matter, will remain out of balance until the penguins are brought back.
Well, most of us in law enforcement in Salt Lake are against reintroducing the penguin into the city. I mean, we've got our hands full already, what with the gangs and such. Besides, a pack of them little bastards killed my grandfather's brother years ago. You know, they say that penguins are shy and won't approach humans, but I know different.
Will the penguins return to Salt Lake City? It's an in-depth look at the entire issue tonight on Frontline.
It's a local contest for local people.
Has nothing
This
for you
money,
here?
this 1K a day, will stay here locally to someone who texts in the correct keyword. Now we have keywords throughout the day, 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5. If you collect all those keywords and text them in, that's 6 entries into the contest. That's your best chance of winning, and it starts right now by texting the word savory, SAVORY, savory. Text that to 33986 now to enter to win. You can see all the official rules at x96.com.
There we go. Thank you.
Oh, my. Good morning.
Hi.
I was looking through some stuff yesterday, and I came across an update about the fundraiser for our dear departed friend, Carlin Tallbrother. Carlin Tallbrother, for those of you who may not know, worked for X96 off and on for years, 10 years or more, maybe. He filled in when needed. He was he would run the board when we were on location, and he was just a beloved member of the X96 and Radio from Hell staff. And Carlin died sort of suddenly a time ago, and his sister didn't have enough. They said the family didn't have enough money. His sister's name is Carlandrea. There's Carrie holding up a.
This is the program.
Oh, I didn't ever see that. I'd like to see one of those.
Nicole went down to because Nicole and Carlin were best friends, and Nicole did some work for me as an intern for a while, and this is the program that they had.
Yeah,
Down on the reservation is where they.
I'm going to mention that coming up in this update. So there was a GoFundMe to raise money so that Carlin could be laid to rest down in Shiprock, New Mexico, and they far surpassed the goal. It says here there's $10,080 raised, and here's what Carlin's sister says as an update, and this just came in yesterday. Hello, everyone. I apologize for the late update, but I'd like to start off. And by the way, do we have that picture of Carlin up on the?
Yeah, there we go.
I would like to start off by saying thank you to everyone who was generous enough to donate to us to be able to afford Carlin's celebration of life and other expenses needed. As for the good news, we made it a little over our goal. It feels so unreal that every one of you came together to support a member of the Salt Lake community one final time. Carlin was able to be laid to rest on the Navajo Nation right next to his maternal grandmother, who we lost in 2020. It also brings warmth to my heart because now he is also resting in the same place he was born. By the end of the week, I'll be ending this fundraiser. In the meantime, thank you again. I know I am repeating myself, but there are no other words that can describe the love that my family has been shown. And she sent the picture that you can see now at x96.com/live. She sent that picture along with her update, and she says, Carlin was the little boy made for us in the stars, and I know he is always here, waiting for us with a big smile and open arms.
Oh, and it's an open arm smiley picture of Carlin.
It's a big picture of Carlin at one of our events. He's under the X96 tent, and he's, wide open arms, like, come on in and I'll give you a hug.
Our friends of the program always come through. We ask for your help. We try to only ask for your help when it's.
We ask a lot of them.
Well,
we ask a lot of you, frankly.
I was trying to think of a way to put that, but we do. But you wrote home and Dave and but you guys, you're good people.
You help out.
Good people.
You help this the end of life for Carlin. You've helped You helped Dave, the flower guy, continue his life,
Mm-hmm.
and that was really amazing. And the road home, as Gina mentioned, and pretty much anything that we ask you to do, you do. And you rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you to do more. We're going to ask you to give.
Oh, yeah.
And give and give.
This year alone, unprecedented.
Yeah. We would, anyway, thank you, Carlandria, for that. And I'm glad. I'm sorry I didn't get to go down there, and I'm looking forward to see. Maybe I'll send a message to Carlandria and see if she can send me a copy of that memorial service program that you have, Carrie. I'd like to see that.
I just have a picture of it. If you'd like a hard copy, I can't help you.
Oh, you have a picture of it?
Yeah.
It's just a picture?
That's all it is.
Just send
It's
it to
just
me.
Nicole holding the
okay.
thing, you know.
Can you send that to me?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Anyway, there you go. So what else is going on here? We've got Boners Round 1 coming up, I know, and Dr. Cobble will be on with us today.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to him yesterday about some of my own issues, but we got chatting about the coronavirus, and he's not. I mean, he is very optimistic in the long run.
Is he?
Still?
Because I could use some of that.
I think he's optimistic because, and we can ask him about this, and this is again my speculation, but he says, and I think he believes, if you, Carrie, you, Gina, Katie, me, will be okay if we just keep doing the right things, wearing the masks, social distancing, try not to get in situations where there are a lot of people unmasked, and especially indoors. I went to the grocery store yesterday, and I went the day before. I've been avoiding that, but I had to go a couple of times, and I was happy to see that. I would say 98% of the people I went to two different Smith's stores. 98% of the people were wearing masks, and that's different from 2 weeks ago. So that's encouraging.
Well, Bill, that's all going to change today.
No, I don't think so.
You don't?
No, I think that the people, at least in Salt Lake County, the legislature can say whatever they'd like about, well, you don't have to wear a mask. The people in Salt Lake County are going, oh, but we think we do. And they will continue to do that.
I hope you're right.
I don't see any reason why they wouldn't continue. Just because
Bill, the mandate makes people that don't think they need to, but have to go to the store, wear a mask.
The stores will still. The Smiths at 9th and 9th that I went to yesterday, the sign said masks required.
That's because there's a mandate. They're
And
not
I
going to
don't.
leave that up.
I think they will.
They can't.
Yes, they can, because it's a private business. They can do whatever they like. They can say there's no mandate, but our business says we're going to keep the mask mandate in place.
I don't know.
It's not the law, Gina. It's not the law.
No, but it's an excuse to not wear masks.
Yeah, that's what it is. And I think that responsible business people will still keep those signs up and say you really have to wear a mask to come and do business
I hope
with us.
so. I hope you're right.
And if they're not, I won't go to those stores.
Well, then
I'll go find a store.
That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. Is
I will.
Is vote with your feet, because I don't believe that. I think that once the legislature throws this out, I think it's going to be the free for all again.
Do you know another thing that they're proposing is that places like the Bayou that say you have to show a vaccine card to get in here. That's one of the things they're talking about up at the legislature today. Is whether they can tell the Bayou, a private business, that they are not allowed to ask for vaccine status for people to come in.
Well, they'd have to pass a law to do that.
And what's stopping them? They've got the majority. They don't listen to the constituents.
No, they don't.
So,
Ever. The Utah State Legislature is its own entity. They don't listen. They don't listen to their constituents, and they don't listen to the governor of the state of Utah. They certainly don't listen to the health department officials.
Nope.
Because they know better than everybody.
Yeah, they're all doctors. They're all epidemiologists up there, each and every one of them. Oh no, wait, they're not. They read on the internet something, so that makes them just as smart as an epidemiologist.
Well,
that guy with the Facebook video, he was very compelling. Joe Rogan was very compelling, even though you've got one of the best epidemiologists in the nation here in Salt Lake. She don't know nothing. Well, she's a woman. How could she? We know better. We're the legislature. All right.
I was up way too late arguing with Dan McKay on Twitter. Way too late.
Our friend Nicole does point out the one thing that the mandate does is that it makes, and she's in a private business where they require masks because it makes us easier. It makes it easier for us to do that if there's a mandate in place.
Exactly.
Because people can't argue with it.
Well, that's what the Restaurant Association was saying, is that we
like
the mandate because we can say, hey, it's not us, it's the mandate, you know?
Yeah. Well, anyway, there
Didn't you see our sign, sir?
There it is. You know, but we're ruining this radio show by talking about the most prominent thing in everyone's lives.
Yes. No one wants to hear about that.
Well, you know, and I'm sure that's true. I'm sure that there are listeners who are going, I don't want to hear about this anymore. Well, then die. Because that's,
you know what?
Sick.
I don't want to hear about it anymore either.
Yeah,
I want it to be done.
Yes.
You can do your part to help getting it over with, please.
Which is what we were trying to say.
Yes, 2 years ago.
Yes.
We've been saying this.
If we take care of this now, we don't have to close down. We don't want to close down. We like having concerts. We like going to places.
I want to go ice skating again.
You don't want to go places and do things. You hate business.
I haven't been ice skating for 50 years. I want to be able to go ice skating again.
Well, that's a different thing altogether.
You know, Carrie, when you I don't know what's wrong.
We
but
can't
when you,
hear.
We can't hear a
That's too
word
loud.
you say when you're playing that.
Oh, okay.
It's
Traffic.
What?
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Traffic.
Okay. Well, turn off the music. Thank you.
When you play the music, that's all we can hear. No accidents to tell you about right now. Just going to remind you that there is fog, particularly on the west side of the valley. That can make for slick spots on the roads, and definitely visibility is bad, so make sure your lights are on and you give yourself some space between you and the car in front of you.
All right, we've got Boners Round 1 coming up here, the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1, it's day one and the legislature. Boner candidate number 2, I can't figure it out. The cops seem to know everything I'm doing. And boner candidate number 3, you know, it should be against the law to make white people feel uncomfortable.
Well, they're trying to make it against the law, and that'll be coming up with your Boners Round 1 and Big Boy News coming up. Stand by for all of that. Black Velvet Boutique.
All these are nice folks. Locally owned and operated Black Velvet Boutique, 595 South State Street in Clearfield. Locally owned by women and an all-female staff at Black Velvet Boutique. That's going to make you feel a little more comfortable shopping there in their judgment-free atmosphere. They're able to answer all of your questions discreetly, provide suggestions. We're talking about things like intimate bedroom toys, lingerie, massage oils, that kind of thing. Now, of course, you can just shop anonymously. You don't have to interact with the staff, but I'm just letting you know that if you have questions, you don't have to be embarrassed talking to them about it. They want to help you create intimate connections in the bedroom and help you learn how to communicate a little better with your partner or just with yourself, learning what you need there. Enjoy the best parts about being an adult at Black Velvet Boutique, locally owned and operated since 2000, open 7 days a week, 595 South State Street in Clearfield, or you can go to blackvelvetboutique.com.
we found a pair. My wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad
pair.
dead clown.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How else do they end up
I
at
went
the
right to dead
What's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? I know that's a day of celebration.
Depends on where you find him.
Yeah.
If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were. I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of they're plastic, but they're meant to be. You can wear them. A giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue, clown shoes.
Is there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
they're red.
to
The
me they
nose
were-
is red. The shoes are red.
It seems to me they were. Yeah.
And was he excited about the clown shoes?
Thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law: that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
If it was a law,
you
would
have
stay
to.
home.
police officer in your home, people could come and knock. Authorities would come and knock on your door, dressed as clowns, and say,
Clown check.
"Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're going to clown jail."
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality. And that's why
the Constitution is suspended for one
day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
That's why you won't do it.
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and
Really?
everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question.
Yes.
What about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled. If you've ever met a bunch of people that are up
surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone. And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that.
All right.
I think I'm gonna. You elect me, the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
Now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
that's you'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right,
no clowning around. All right,
that's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in.
Okay, it's 7:20 right now, and it is time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Well, it's, this is round 1. We're going to send this one forward. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another one, another champion there to send forward, and then those 2 will face off against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and you will vote for Boner of the Day at that time. right now. Round one, send one of these three forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. And when I read them to you in the preview, I had them in the wrong order. That doesn't matter that much. Here's the order that you will find them online at x96.com. Boner candidate number 1. It should be against the law to make white people feel uncomfortable. A bill being pushed by Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that would prohibit public schools and private businesses from making white people feel discomfort when they teach students or train employees about discrimination in the nation's past received its first approval on Tuesday. The Senate Education Committee approved the bill that takes aim at critical race theory, though it doesn't mention that specifically, on party lines, with Republicans in favor and Democrats opposed. Democrats argued the bill isn't needed and would lead to frivolous lawsuits and said that it would amount to censorship in schools. They asked without success for real-life examples of teachers or businesses telling students or employees that they're racist because they're white. The bill is not for blacks. This bill is not for any other race. This was directed to make white people not feel bad about what happened years ago, said State Senator Shervin Jones, who is black. At no point did anyone say white people should be held responsible for what happened. But what I would ask my white counterparts is, are you an enabler of what happened? Or are you going to say, we must talk about history? DeSantis held a news conference last month in which he called critical race theory crap. So this is a bill passed. They're going to try and pass it. It's against the law to make white people feel uncomfortable. Boner candidate number 1.
Just real quick here. I have nieces and nephews who are mixed race. They've been called names. If they're young enough to learn about race that way, I think that the white kids can learn about race the other way. I think they're both tough kids and can learn about these things. It's not about making you embarrassed. It's about empathy. You keep forgetting that word, empathy.
And again, that as that legislator said, no one's blaming white people for the sins of the past.
No.
Boner candidate number 2. I can't figure it out. The cops seem to know everything I'm doing. An Ohio man stole a car while a teenage passenger was asleep in the back seat, leading police on a high-speed chase while the teen who was in the back seat, he kept down so he couldn't be seen, kept texting real-time location updates to the authorities. Raylon Scott was snoozing in the back seat of the 2012 Audi A4 in Findlay, Ohio, when Justin Vaughn suddenly hopped in the driver's seat and sped off with Mr. Scott still inside. Scott and his friend Charisma Carjardo had brought the Audi there to the dealership to trade it in. Police were quickly notified that the vehicle was stolen, and Guajardo was able to track the vehicle as it took off at a high rate of speed. Scott texted his friend, he's in the backseat, texted his friend real-time updates of the carjacker's location, as well as messages about how he was driving and about his threatening behaviors. Messages were forwarded to authorities. Police were able to easily find Mr. Vaughn in the car, and they pulled him over and promptly arrested him. To which Mr. Vaughn said, I can't figure it out. How come the cops seem to know everything I was doing? Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 1. It's day 1, and, well, the legislature.
Yeah. All right, we got candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after these. This Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
I think it's fair to say that the band U2 has become legendary. They've released 14 albums, most of which have topped the charts around the world. Most of the albums have had very popular singles on the charts. That said, many think pieces have been devoted to exploring why the band is so polarizing or even hated. I mean, heck, there are even key elements of the band that Bono himself is not in love with. Like, for instance, his own singing, and he doesn't like the name of the band, U2. In a recent interview in the Awards Chatter podcast, Bono said most of his recorded vocal performances on U2 songs make him cringe. The one that I can listen to the most is Miss Sarajevo with Luciano Pavarotti. Which, okay.
It's a little hoity-toity.
He says it's genuine. Most of the other ones make me cringe a little bit, although Vertigo is probably the one I'm proudest of, Vertigo. It's the way it connects with the crowd. I've been in the car when one of our songs has come on the radio, and I've been the color of, shall we say, Dublin, as we say in Dublin, scarlet, so he blushes. I'm just so embarrassed by it. And I also think the name U2, it pushes out the boat embarrassment quite a lot, and maybe that's the place to be an artist, right? I don't know what he's trying to say there. But he says the name U2, he says, I don't like it. I never did like it, but I was overruled.
It's a little late for...
Well, yeah.
It kind of took.
Yeah,
So.
it's working, so don't complain.
I would just say, Bono, keep it to yourself, okay? And Jeopardy, apparently, and I think we heard something about this, Jeopardy ignored the recommendations of Alex Trebek when it came to picking a new host. Mm-hmm. And one of the people he picked is now talking about it. CNN's Laura Coates was somebody that Alex thought would be a very good Jeopardy host. TMZ interviewed Alex for an episode of Objectified back in 2018, and he said, referring to Ms. Coates, there is an attorney, Laura Coates. She's African-American. She appears on some of the cable news shows from time to time. She's very bright, very personable. Well, Coates said in an interview recently she was thrilled beyond words, and she decided to make her own luck by calling the show and putting her name in the hat. She says, I asked for the opportunity because Alex said I would be good, and the show's producer said, no.
Why wouldn't they at least give her a try?
Well,
I'm not going to try. I'm not going to try and answer that because I don't really know.
I think you know why.
I don't know. I'm going to leave it to everyone to themselves decide why this African-American attorney was not woman, female African-American.
Yeah.
And,
Why?
and I'm going to say why.
Bill, you're making me feel bad.
No,
You're
I'm going to
making
say
me
why.
feel bad.
Why? I'm going to say why they wouldn't have her. It's obvious. It's as plain as the nose on your face. It's because she's an attorney. Okay. All right. So Utah's COVID case count, and this is in the Deseret News, I believe. Utah, we had nearly 40,000 cases. 28 additional deaths from the virus were reported over the 4 days. The first numbers from the Utah Department of Health since Governor Cox urged most Utahns showing symptoms to, just stay home. Don't bother getting tested. Just stay home. The 39,882 new cases since the governor's announcement that state testing sites couldn't keep up with demand. And again, I just see
why aren't we addressing that?
Fix that. Fueled by the fast-spreading Omicron variant, includes a record-breaking 13,551 cases on Friday. More than 78,000 people have been tested.
Utah isn't the most populous state. Other more populous states figure out how to do testing for lots of people.
I want to get to the point of this story here, though. The case counts are actually trending downward, even though that number is huge. The case counts are trending downward, said State Health Department spokesman Tom Hidako. He made it clear, though, that the latest surge has not yet peaked. Some experts have predicted it could be weeks or possibly longer before that happens. But all of our key data points to continue to show that COVID-19 is surging in our communities. It's important not to focus, though, on a single data point when assessing the spread of COVID-19 in Utah. It's to show all data points, and they continue to show a significant surge statewide. So I'm not sure why the Deseret News put that line in about cases are trending downward.
I know why.
Why?
They have an agenda.
The Deseret News?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at the headline, I'm serious. Look at the front page of the Salt Lake Tribune today. The top story is about 39,000 cases. And the way the Deseret News addresses it, it says it's trending down. Dr. Dunn tweeted yesterday, don't be confused by that trending down. The testing is not accurate anymore. There are so many cases. So that's disingenuous to say it's trending down, because it's not.
So what you're saying, Gina, is that the Deseret News is not actually a news when it comes to this. It's a tool of the Utah State Legislature, and is trying to support.
I didn't say those words, but I'm glad you did.
I'm just wondering if that's what you were saying. Anyway, let's move on to. Today. Actually, this started happening yesterday. It was supposed to be today, but yesterday you were able to, and now today, get 4 free KN95 masks from the federal government.
I did that.
Yeah, my wife did it yesterday, and she said it was pretty easy. And
it took me like less than a minute.
Just go to covidtests.gov. And now don't expect them to be FedEx to your house the next day.
No.
This ain't Amazon, baby. This is the federal government. It will take a while.
Did you mean masks or tests? Because I ordered tests
masks
yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say masks?
It's tests.
Yeah. Oh, I mean tests. Yeah, you're right. I don't.
The masks will be available to distribute. Biden's going to announce it today.
That's where I got it mixed up. Because my wife said I ordered 4 tests.
Yeah.
And I said, well, can't you order 4 per every member of the household?
No.
That's masks.
Yeah.
That's where
it's 4 tests per household.
Yeah.
As
4
well.
tests per household, and then
so they were supposed to both roll out today, but the test thing got done early, and so they just opened it up, kind of a soft opening yesterday.
So the mask thing, you will be able to order 4 per person per household.
The masks, you'll have to go and get them. They're going to distribute them locally, and you can get them at either pharmacies or some other place. They're going to make it easy to pick up.
You still have to order or put a...
Don't think so.
Well,
again, Biden will make it clear today.
Yeah, that's right. He's giving a speech today.
Yeah.
A snowboarder at Park City collided with a moose. He was knocked unconscious, taken to the hospital. He's going to be okay. And the moose... I guess ran off. And
There's
I guess
a moose menace going on.
Okay, I know. You know, those deer are in my backyard now a lot.
Are they?
Well, don't go snowboarding back there, Bill. You'll run into them.
And they're beautiful animals. My God, they're beautiful. And they are so gentle looking. And they are very gentle. They won't run away unless you approach them suddenly. If you just are standing there, they'll just look at you and then go graze a little bit. But one of them is hurt, is lame somehow, limps. And I don't know what. I wish I could do something about that.
Call DWR.
Well, they'll just come and get them and kill them.
Well,
and give the meat to somebody, I'm sure. But I think they'll just come and get them and kill them. That's what they'll do, and I don't want that to happen either. I'd rather have them chance it. Those deers chance it rather than DWR. And if the DWR, if somebody tell me I'm wrong, but that's what they did to Copper out in Harriman. They came and got him, and they said, and we had to euthanize him, and they'll come and euthanize these two. And I don't want that. So I'm not going to call them.
They might have that mad cow disease, Bill. They might give it to you.
Yeah, right. Okay, fine.
Texter says, don't feed them.
No, I'm not.
DWR will come and kill them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not feeding them.
Best just to ignore them, and maybe they'll go away.
One quick final story.
Quickly.
This is a Tokyo, space is limited in Tokyo. and for offices and for living space. But a really clever person has figured out how to free up some space in a Tokyo condo. They have put the shower, there's no tub, they have put the shower in the kitchen, and so that you have more space. And there's a picture of it. There, you can see the kitchen counter and the stove and the cabinets, and then right to the side there's a shower, single stall shower with a glass door, so that that's where you would shower.
I'm just rinsing off after my run and these vegetables.
Or you could say, hey, honey, while I'm cutting up these vegetables, would you mind go taking a shower?
That's where Bill's mind went.
You could do that.
All right. Weather, traffic.
The weather is gross. The air quality is horrible. It will get even worse tomorrow. Slight chance of things getting better. Hope and prayers and thoughts that we have a storm come through Thursday night into Friday to clear out the air. That bad air is also causing foggy conditions on the roads. Make sure your lights are on and slow down. Some of those foggy areas can be kind of slick with black ice even sometimes. And let's see, I think a friend of the program was saying something on Foothill. Yeah, traffic is slow on Foothill exit at 2:15. Thank you, whoever sent that in at 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. It's day one and the legislature. I'm going to let Gina go to town on this mostly, but let me do this one part of it. Part of this boner candidate about the Utah State Legislature is Senate President Stuart Adams tested positive and then negative for COVID-19 twice as the legislature got underway. His most recent test was negative, he said, but what happened was he felt symptoms of COVID, and on Wednesday, he tested positive. So he isolated for 5 days following CDC guidance. He then tested negative for COVID-19 on Monday of this week. And then on Tuesday, he was tested before the legislative session began, and he tested positive. And then another test was administered, and it had a faint positive line on it.
Then it's positive.
That was, yeah. Well, and that was good enough for him. He doesn't have any symptoms, so he appeared at the legislature yesterday and gave his speeches and all of that without a mask on, with all of the other legislatures and president. And there are other reasons for the legislature being nominated. And I know Dan McKay is listening right now, Gina, because he sent me a text a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, did he?
Did he?
So why don't you have at it?
Well, see, I was texting or tweeting yesterday about, and you didn't bring it up in the news yet, but 19 schools in Davis County are going online because they have so many cases of COVID. And I tweeted at Dan McKay, who first order of business in the legislature yesterday was, we've got to get rid of this mask mandate. This is terrible. We need to get rid of it. And I said, does this seem like a good idea with what's happening in Davis County, for instance? And he tweeted back at me, he said, please show me a state with a mask mandate where it's working against Omicron. I'll wait. P.S. Boner of the day. And, well.
Did you?
Well, actually, a friend of the program said there are 9 states.
Yeah.
California, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Nevada, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, and Washington all have mask mandates. And Utah is outpacing them in cases. So there's a good example. Dan and I had a little back and forth last night. And Dan, you kept me up way too late last night. And then I was stewing afterwards about it.
He said one of the main reasons, I read a quote from him, that he passed this, so get rid of the mask mandate. The straw that broke his back was his daughter was crying about having to wear a mask.
Didn't happen.
Yeah.
Or if it did, Dan, I would say that's your fault. What if your daughter cries when she has to put on shoes to go outside, or her seatbelt, or her helmet when she's riding a bike? You as a parent,
yes,
you can position it in a way that you tell her, I'm sorry this is uncomfortable, but I love you and I want you to be safe.
Well, Gina, and we'll end boner candidate number 3 with this. Speaker Wilson, I believe it was, said this: lawmakers need to not listen to the talking heads, the news media. They always spin things in a negative way. I'm looking for the exact quote. Yeah, he said we can't listen to the news media. They'll spin things in a negative way, and so
we are still, even though we're in the media, we're still your constituents. You know, I hate to break that to you.
Well, I know, but I wish I could find.
You know, it's just like, shut up and keep the comedy. Well, he's also an American citizen, so he's allowed to say these things. Yeah.
All right, that's boner candidate number 3. It's day 1, and, the legislature.
I would never shout, hey, keep to plumbing, Mr. Plumber. Shut up about politics.
Here's the exact quote from Wilson. The House of Representatives cannot be driven by the talking heads on the news channels or what's trending on Twitter. We absolutely cannot be distracted by the outrage of the day. All right, number 3.
Well, then stay off of Twitter. As a matter of fact, delete your account. All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, it should be against the law to make white people feel uncomfortable. Florida is trying to pass a law, Governor DeSantis, that would shield white people from the, discomfort of hearing about the racial past of the country. Boner candidate number 2, I can't figure it out. The cops seem to know everything I'm doing. A carjacker stole a vehicle with a passenger in the back who texted cops updates about where the car was going. And boner candidate number 3, day 1 of the legislature, and
Yeah. All right. You've got to decide, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. It won't be Boner of the Day yet. I'll explain that coming up. Just focus on this round right now and sending one of these 3 candidates forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth. Katie will take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, January 19, 2022. Vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, so that's like 3 minutes. Now, once we award round 1 of your Boner, we're going to clear out the phone lines and start taking your calls for Dr. Cobble. Someone who knows about the vaccine, someone who knows about masks, someone who knows about the Omicron, not just read about it on Facebook like our lawmakers. But you'll be able to take phone calls and questions. Dr. Cobble at 877-602-9696 once we award round 1 of your boners after this.
To show you something, Gina.
What do you got?
Let me get it here.
And everybody else can look in.
Yes.
What?
Something furry. Oh, I can't tell.
What is it?
It looks like something that my cat coughed up. What is that? Can't tell what it is.
How much money if I eat it?
Wait a minute. Let's see it again. That does not look edible.
It looks like hair.
It does, doesn't it?
What is
it?
How much if I eat it?
$5.
$5 to eat it?
I'll give you $5.
Okay. There it is.
Okay.
Ready?
That's disgusting.
What?
And it kind of dissolves in your mouth, doesn't
You
it?
seem to be enjoying it, whatever
What is it?
A little bit.
What?
Pork foo.
Which is what? What is pork foo?
It's essentially just pork jerky that's just been shredded.
Shredded,
very
yeah.
So it looks like lint.
So that wasn't such a dare after
No.
all.
I owe you $5.
$5.
Where do you get pork foo?
At the Asian store.
Now, are you supposed to just enjoy it that way, or are you supposed to also add it onto food? Or?
That's what's great about it, is that it's so functional, and it dissolves, and you can put it in stuff, and it brings that nice pork flavor, but like you said, it dissolves, and and then when moisture hits it, it's kind of like it's meat, It is, It's just.
Oh yeah, I know exactly. Oh man,
it's delicious.
But it looks hairy. Is it?
It is.
Well,
Is
so
it hairy?
No.
In your mouth?
A little for a
It's
second.
like, how about think of it as cotton candy, except it's meat.
Meat candy.
It's meat
Oh,
cotton
okay.
candy. Essentially.
Would you eat it, Gina?
I would try it.
Would you?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe I'll
Send her over some pork foo.
Now they call it also pork floss, but you know it says on the package pork foo, so that's what I'm going with.
That's much better. What is the brand? Straighten the label out there. Let me look at the whole.
It's Kimbo brand.
So that's great.
Trust
See, that's
it.
Kimbo brand pork foo.
Yes, Kimbo
Cooked
brand
dried pork product.
Mm-hmm.
My wife goes to the Asian store, the one on 9th South, all the time. That big one. So I bet they have it
Put
there.
pork foo on the shopping list.
Get you a jar of pork foo.
Get me a jar of pork foo while you're out, honey.
Yeah, it looks like the dogs tore up the carpet. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's delicious.
Hey, Carrie.
Yes.
Is that Stephen Colbert in that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it was on American Dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
He used to do a lot more cartoon voices before he got his show.
He's busy now.
But
All
he's
right.
busy.
Anyway.
Let's award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by tacos.
I had tacos last night too.
It's Taco Tuesday. And Gina, you inspired me. I made my own tacos with taco shells with corn tortillas.
Weren't
And
they better?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they're better.
But you can't put as much crap in them.
Well, you just make
On
more
a
tacos.
tostada, you pile a lot of crap on there.
That's it. That's all that's bringing you the.
All right. Well, it was a runaway. Well, no, I mean, number one, which is a great candidate with making whites feel embarrassed. You can't do that in Florida if they pass that law. That got just under 100 votes. Boner candidate number two, also a really good candidate on any other day. An example of really stupid, funny human behavior. But the Utah State Legislature can't be beat with 216 votes. They win round one.
There you go. That's your winner of round one. Goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out. Round two at 8:20. Three more candidates. Another winner there. Both winners sent to Boner Dome. 9:20 this morning is when you will vote for Boner of the Day. Is this sponsored, Gina?
It's brought to you by Wear Your Mask and Get Vaccinated.
Dr. Michael Cobble is with us, and he will answer your questions about masks and coronavirus and vaccines and Omicron and where we're going and what's happening. Good morning, Dr. Cobble. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Great. Thank you.
Dr. Cobble and I exchanged words yesterday and talked about mask wearing and how important it is. Perhaps you'd like to reiterate that a little bit, Dr. Cobble, before we go to questions.
Well, I don't know which part. I was just thinking when Gina made her comment, I love Gina. She's so awesome. Yeah.
Dr. Cobble.
Well, a lot of people love
Gina.
Well, I've got some statistics here that differ, but there you go.
Yeah, I mean, wearing a mask is easy. Nursing home COVID infections have gone up 7-fold, and death rates have gone up 50% in the nursing homes, and 45,000 humans are dying every week in the United States or in the world. I think that's a number that people just ignore. 45,000 deaths a week is pretty impressive when you look at the world numbers.
Dr. Cobble, I know the CDC, and I don't know if we've got any questions yet.
Not yet. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Line up and ask your questions of Dr. Cobble. We prefer your phone calls, but we'll take your text questions. Try to give us all the details that you have in your text, 33986.
Dr. Cobble, could you comment on the importance of testing for COVID? The governor has said, look, the testing sites are overwhelmed. So, look, if you have symptoms, don't get tested. Just stay home for 5 days. Is that responsible, and what is the importance of testing?
Well, I think our governor and politicians have given poor advice on several accounts. I think that advice is probably poor. About 30% of people that are vaccinated are still shedding this virus in 5 days. And about 10% who are vaccinated are still shedding the virus in 10 days. So I think that probably 10-day quarantine makes sense, or at least wearing the mask aggressively and avoiding contact with other people. The good thing, again, is the vaccine is keeping the majority of people out of the hospital and out of the morgue. So the vaccine is worth its weight in gold in that regard. But I think until the majority of the population is vaccinated, I was just telling Bill yesterday that only 29% of nursing home residents have had their booster, which is terrible.
Yeah.
Oh.
And, the booster raises antibodies and helps prevent serious infection. And then Moderna is starting a new study with vaccine against Omicron. And again, at this point, as the mutations continue to stack up, I think we're going to have to be looking at vaccines that evolve along with the virus itself. Still having 1,600 to 1,700 deaths in the United States every day, and I think we're going to continue with those numbers until probably early March.
All right.
Is there a question there?
Yeah,
Terry?
let's go to Jay.
Hi, Jay.
Here is Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, I had the Johnson & Johnson vaccine in March, and then I had a booster of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine in December, and now my reading is like that maybe I should have mixed and matched with mRNA. Do I need to get an mRNA booster at some point, and if so, when?
Well, you had your booster in December. I don't think it hurts to get the mRNA vaccine in 3 months, so that would probably be March-ish. I think we're going to see Omicron and COVID back down probably late February, early March, and then if last year is any evidence of what will happen here, we'll see this come back again in June, July, fairly aggressively through the fall. So I think that probably the mRNA, getting the Moderna or Pfizer vaccine in March, April, or May would make sense.
877-602-9696 is the number to call and ask a question for Dr. Cobble. Anybody else standing
Let's see Robin really quick. Let's go to Robin. Hi, Robin. Go ahead.
Hi. I have a question about if you have gotten Omicron, do you have an immunity, and if so, for how long?
Well, you're going to have an antibody response, but it typically is not as good as a vaccine, whereas catching COVID and being vaccinated gives you the best immune response, protective response. How long? I've seen people catch this again within 4 weeks. So everybody's immune system is different, and we hope that catching COVID would give people immunity for 12 to 24 months or longer. But again, I've seen people not have immunity for more than 30 days with the wild virus or Delta or Omicron. So I think the key is wear your mask and get your vaccines if you haven't had them, and get those boosters. That's a big thing. Get the booster.
Okay.
Okay, Robin.
If it was if it was a breakthrough, does that have any other difference or?
Well, again, the data showed that if you have been vaccinated but not boosted, you're higher risk for a breakthrough. If you have been boosted, then obviously you can't get another one. We may get a booster again in 3 months, and then Moderna is studying vaccines specifically against Omicron, which we've seen a lot of breakthrough infections with, mostly in people that haven't had their booster.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robin. We've got a couple of lines coming in. One line open, 877-602-9696.
Just quickly before we go to break, Dr. Cobble said to me, you are around sick people all day, every day in your practice. And a lot of those people have COVID You've not gotten coronavirus, have you?
Nope.
Because?
Hang on.
Because I wear a plastic bag over my head.
No, you don't.
He wears a
Okay.
mask. So that
Gina knows. Yeah, I just have a mask on all the time.
He's fully vaccinated. He wears a mask all the time.
And he's in close quarters
Yes.
with people who are sick, and he hasn't gotten coronavirus. So that ought to tell everybody something.
Mhm.
Anyway, got to take a break now.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back more with Dr. Cobble after these traffic, Gina, please.
Crash westbound I-215 south at 2nd West in Murray. It's off to the right shoulder. And crash SR-73. This is out in Tooele County, milepost 15. And still seeing some fog on the west side of the valley. So if you're out driving that way, give yourself some space between you and the car in front of you. Make sure your lights are on. That's traffic.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. More questions for Dr. Cobble after these. Stand by. Maybe a question you've been meaning to ask will get asked for you. Stand by for all of that. BigOTires.com.
Hey, Carrie, what's the team you trust?
Let me check. Big O Tires.
Big O Tires,
Yes.
absolutely. Gina, team you trust?
Big O Tires, of course, Bill.
Absolutely. Katie, team you trust? Raise your hand.
She
Yep,
just-
Big O
yes.
Tires. There you go. They are the team you trust. Now, Big O knows that tires and auto repair, and they do auto repairs. They do more than tires. You can, for instance, you can get oil changes. You can get alignments, brakes, windshield wipers, a bunch of stuff at Big O. And no credit needed financing, which is very nice. And no matter what your budget, they will find some way to help you and tailor financing to you. And they're having a sale right now, too, huh, Gina?
Yeah, it goes through January 30th. You can save $100 instantly on select sets of 4 tires from Hankook, Toyo, Continental, Nitto, General, Pirelli, Goodyear, and Nexen.
Make an appointment online and find a store near you. They are the team you trust. BigOTires.com.
So, I was just...
I was thinking today how much this moment of one of our interns, the organized intern, Sarah, and I was thinking, I wonder how much it would cost me to hire her
For what?
as my personal assistant.
Here we go.
What?
You need a personal assistant.
Sure, I'd love one. I would love one. I think a personal assistant would do a lot of good things for me.
Like what? Do
Well,
you have dry cleaning that needs picking up?
yes.
You have a hard time getting around to picking up your dry cleaning?
Sometimes, as a matter of fact, I do. I have any number of organizing things that need to be done all the time. It would be very nice to have somebody to post a bunch of social media stuff for me. At my direction, but actually do the work of it. It would be very nice to have somebody I could call up and say, I don't have time to go to the grocery store. I'm forwarding you my list. Please send it. Please do it. See, she's not. You know what I mean. There's any number of things.
You want to go to the store for Bill?
And she would love to. She would love to do it. She's nodding right now. But A, I don't know as I could really afford her, and B, I like her, and so I'm not sure that I want her to be on the receiving end of me saying, "What do you mean you didn't?"
Yeah,
things like that.
You would end up yelling at her.
Well, just we have to break here, but speaking as someone who has an assistant,
What do you need an assistant for?
Here
we go.
I feel bad having her do things.
That's what I'm saying.
And so I'm not utilizing her enough.
You pay her?
I do.
Then don't feel bad.
Yeah.
That unless she's the sort of person who goes, okay, I'll get right on that.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, if it's that sort of thing, then I need a different assistant. So see, Sarah would go, that's right.
See,
right, Chief. As a matter of fact, I would insist. I'm paying you. Say right, Chief, after everything I say.
What I need is a personal assistant that I don't like.
Yeah,
that's what I need.
That's the problem I think I would run into. I like Sarah
because my assistant Nicole, I like her. I like Sarah. There's no way that I could put her to work as I need. It just anyway.
I could. I just wouldn't want to yell at her. Yeah,
And you would.
Maybe.
Eventually.
Maybe.
All right, let's get this over
Chief.
with.
That's what Sarah, would you mind when you're here just saying right, Chief, when I ask you to do stuff? Just for fun?
Okay, we got your questions for Dr. Cobble continuing here.
Are the lines full?
We got full lines.
All right.
So we're going to start with, hang on, let me get the interface back up here. Let's start with Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Go ahead, Lauren.
Hi, thanks for letting me listen.
It's our pleasure.
Dr. Cobble, my question is, my husband and I are vaccinated and boosted. Our 2 children are vaccinated. They're in the younger group. What kind of mask should we be wearing?
Well, I think the N95s are the best if you have access to those. Otherwise, I think a double layer mask of some kind. The thicker the mask, the better.
Even though we're vaccinated and boosted and all of that?
Yeah, definitely. Just because the Omicron is very contagious and it's easy for those respiratory droplets to spread through thin layer covers. So, yeah, I think just if you're going to wear a mask, you might as well make it a good one.
And for your
put a
kids?
helmet on your kids.
For your kids, I ordered off Amazon $25 for a bag of kiddo-sized N95 masks. So I would get those.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. They're great. They're
They have
little
small,
adjustable.
Gina's kids have small faces.
So do mine.
Yeah, all right.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, they're super comfortable.
That's
they're
helpful.
really comfortable.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go. Our next call is Natalie. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Ask
well, better now. Last week I got tested positive for coronavirus. I had a really bad migraine. I ended up going to the hospital and they tested me and they said I was positive. I was vaccinated, so it wasn't horrible bad, but it was pretty bad. But I asked the nurse, I said, how do I know what strain I have? And they said, we don't know. So how do they find out, like, the statistics on it and everything? They don't know what strain it is.
Yeah, what they've been doing is a small percent of the positive COVID tests they send for serotyping to see which the strain is. And over 90% of the strains currently are the Omicron. And so, but they don't do that on everything. And the rapid test doesn't tell you that, nor does the PCR. They have to send it for further testing.
So just statistically, they extrapolate out and.
They could have found out which version you had if they had sent it in for further testing, but the test that you just took does not tell them that. It just tells that the Omicron is there.
Thanks
or not
for
the
calling.
Omicron, but the COVID. Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks for calling, Natalie.
Hey, thank you. Have a good day, guys.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mike. Hello, Mike.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I'm just curious with Omicron and such, if any, like the home test, the rapid test, any of those tests are more reliable than the other. That's it.
What's the most reliable test, I guess?
Yeah, the PCR is the most reliable. That's 99.9% accurate. The home tests are accurate 65 to 90% of the time. I think if you're symptomatic and it's positive, there's a good chance you have COVID. If it's positive and you're not symptomatic, you may not have COVID. But there are other viruses that can make the home test positive, other adenoviruses, rhinoviruses, and coronaviruses. Obviously, the PCR is testing just for COVID, that particular virus. But the home tests might give you an idea whether you're infected or not, but they're not the best way to tell unless you've had a positive contact and you're pretty symptomatic.
The PCR is the up the nose with the swab, right?
Yeah, up the nose with the rubber hose.
Otherwise known as the test.
Yeah. Thanks for calling.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Here's a text question. How long do Omicron symptoms persist in a fully vaccinated and boosted person? What are the prerequisites for returning to work?
Yeah, so the recommendation is to quarantine for 5 days and then wear a mask for an additional 5 days if you're going back in the community.
Mm-hmm.
That's the current recommendation. Omicron appears to still have an infection in 30% of people at 5 days and 10% of people at 10 days. Symptoms with Omicron tend to come on much quicker, usually within the first 24 to 36 hours of exposure, where the old Delta and wild virus were 2 to 5 days. And typically the symptoms appear to be shorter and less severe, involving upper respiratory pathways, so more of a sore throat, headache, congestion, sinus problems, dry cough, rather than the deadly wet cough that destroys the lungs from the Delta wild virus. But I think the key point here is that it's possible 60% of the United States population will catch Omicron unless they're wearing their mask. And the vaccine and the booster prevents you from having a serious illness, and Omicron can still cause a serious illness, and that will prevent 90% of hospitalizations or deaths. So I think the key point that Gina started the show with, wear your mask, wear it all the time, don't go out in public if you're sick. If you are sick, stay home until you're asymptomatic, 5 to 10 days, and get your vaccines and your boosters, and hopefully everyone does that, and we can get through this, and everyone can go to work and enjoy their friends and family.
Mm-hmm. Are there more variants out there that are coming?
Well, there's a new variant coming out of France currently. I don't know if that'll circulate through the world, but I think we're going to continue to see this happen until the majority of people do the right thing.
Yeah.
And good luck with that. Here's some more vaccine hesitancy. What can I tell my spouse about vaccinating my children and the fear of the unknown effects that it could have with their development, heart growth, sterilization, etc., even though number of effects are low? What can I tell them to convince them to get vaccinated?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, people won't listen to science and they won't listen to common sense. I'm not sure you can convince them. We've been vaccinating humans for centuries, or decades at least. And I think that there's no evidence that those are dangerous, although people have argued about that long term. What I can simply say is that catching COVID has a higher risk of causing short-term and long-term disability in your children and or putting them in the hospital than the vaccine itself. So again, I think if you want your kids to go to school and circulate and go to parties and be around their friends, the best thing you can do is vaccinate them to minimize their risk of a bad event. And the vaccine is not dangerous. There's no evidence of that at all.
All right. Someone asking about masks, specifically about reusing the KN95 and the N95s, and how often can we reuse them? How do we clean them? Is that possible? Is it best to throw them away? What are your suggestions?
Well, I think if you're infected and you have a mask on, I would change the mask every day, or every 4 hours or 6 hours, or if you're moving out and about, you have to go to the grocery store infected. Hopefully you can get someone else to do that. But I think if you're infected, you ought to change your mask frequently, just like you brush your teeth. If you're not infected, I think you can wear those masks for a fair amount of time, and or rotate them. A lot of people like to leave them in the car, and overnight. And so I think that you can reuse the mask if you're not coughing and you're not infected.
All right, here's our final question via text. With both the legislature and the pollution being so bad, should I move away for my health?
Is it true, Dr. Cobble? I mean, I was saying the other day that the mask, the N95 or something, that also has a benefit of kind of filtering out some of the pollution, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. It's a great way to get rid of small particle pollution. And that last question was texted by Gina, right?
Yeah, you can just mask up and just wear it all the time. Yeah. And if your daughter cries because she has to wear a mask, say that's tough and make her wear it. Anyway.
Be a parent,
Well, don't say that's tough. You don't have to be mean about it. You can explain to her why, because you love her. That's
Spare the rod and spoil the child. Spare the mask and kill the child, Gina.
All right. Well, thank you, Doctor.
Thanks, Dr. Cobble.
Thank you.
Talk to you next week.
Take care.
All right, we'll see you. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash westbound I-215 south at 2nd West in Murray. It's off to the right shoulder. Let's see, a little bit of slowage on 215 just coming off Foothill by the mouth of Parley's Canyon. I don't think there's an accident there, but just a little bit of slow traffic in that area. And still seeing some fog on the west side of the valley. Just if that's where you're traveling, make sure you turn your lights on and give some space between you and the car in front of you. And if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Let's see, we've got Boners Round 2 coming up for you. Here are the candidates you will consider. Boner candidate number 1. Once again, we have to wonder what is wrong with people. Boner candidate number 2. Well, I kept him because he's a real good worker. And boner candidate number 3. It's day 1 and the legislature, part 2.
Okay. We got round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by for all of that. Wendy's for breakfast. Now, I was just taking a look here. Now, I've already told you about the superiority of the breakfast sandwiches at Wendy's. This is established, all right?
Yeah.
So when you go to Wendy's for breakfast and you get yourself one of those breakfast sandwiches, you like the breakfast Baconator, the honey butter chicken biscuit, or even the croissant sandwich, which is my favorite, the sausage with the egg and cheese. There's also the bacon with the egg and cheese. For a limited time, when you buy any breakfast sandwich, your favorite drink is free. You get to choose what you like to drink with your sandwich as well. So if you're a coffee person, guess what? Fresh brewed coffee, free. If you like a soda for breakfast, this is Utah, after all. If you want Coke, Diet Coke, whatever it is, order a large because it's free. And the Vanilla Frosty Chino, which I tried last week, which is quite good. It's cold brew coffee plus Frosty Creamer over ice. Yeah, that's free as well. Don't sleep on this deal. It's for a limited time only. When you buy your a Wendy's breakfast, maybe that's a new thing. Wendy's breakfast sandwich, you'll get any size drink in a Wendy's cup for free. Wendy's. Did you miss the Radio from Hell show this morning?
Hello, I'm Kerry Jackson.
And I'm Bill Allred, and we want to tell you about a brand new Radio from Hell product.
If you're a lonely guy,
Like us.
a lonely, hungry guy, then you'll want to rush out to your local supermarket, you know, the one where you never meet chicks, and buy Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners.
Lonely Man TV dinners come with a special pop-up picture on the lid. Just put your Lonely Man spaghetti dinner in the microwave oven. Then, after 7 minutes, take it out, peel back the lid, and there's a full-color photo of TV's The Nanny, Fran Drescher.
This spaghetti is delicious, Fran.
I know! Don't you just love it?
You'll never have to eat alone again with Radio from Hell, Lonely Man TV dinners.
Try the soul food dinner, and you'll be dining with Tina Turner.
The ribs are mighty fine, Tina.
Have some more black-eyed peas, honey child.
Wow, it's just like she's really here.
Try all of the Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners. There's Kung Pao Chicken with Connie Chung, the Mexican dinner with Rosie Perez, Wieners and Kraut with Claudia Schiffer, and the all-American Yankee pot roast dinner with Sandra Bullock.
And if you're watching your weight, try the Lonely Man Karen Carpenter dinner.
Gee, Karen, this carrot stick looks really good, but maybe you should have it.
No thanks. I ate yesterday.
You'll never eat alone again with Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners in the frozen food section of your local supermarket.
Now available at Reams.
All right. It is 8:19 right now. And it's time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. Presenting to you now 3 examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day yet. It secures a spot in Boner Dome where it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Right now, let's focus on this round 2. Send one of these 3 forward to battle the winner from number 1. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. All right, here we go for round 2. Presenting 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
It's a Radio from Hell tote bag, and I think that's big enough to fit enough masks to mask up every member of the Utah State Legislature. I think you could fit enough masks in there.
Easily.
Easily.
All right, here's Boner candidate number 1. Once again, we have to wonder, what the hell is wrong with people? This is in Texas, Brewster County, Texas. Some 4,000 to 8,550 years after a Native American artist made an etching in a 30-million-year-old volcanic boulder at what is now Texas's Big Bend National Park, some visitors decided to leave their mark too, directly on top of the native art. 4 names and the date December 26, 2021 were carved across the petroglyph in ugly white scratches. Efforts have been made to repair the damage, but much of it is permanent, says Tom Vanderberg, the Chief of Interpretation and Visitor Services at Big Bend. He tells Outside Magazine that something priceless like this, it's been lost. It's all the more enraging as this is the 50th case of petroglyph vandalism at that park since 2015. The same thing has been happening at sites across the country. It's happened here in Utah, in Zion, and places like that. Once something is done, you're never going to undo it completely, says an art restoration expert who last year discovered etches and spray paint on top of a 3,000-year-old carving at Track Rock Gap in Georgia. And it goes on and on and on. And once again, we have to ask, what the hell is wrong with people? Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. I kept him because he was a good worker. Peter Swaley's, 56 years old, pled guilty this week to keeping a man in a wooden shed in his garden for 40 years.
40?
Yes. According to a press release from the UK's Gang Masters and Labour Abuse Authority. According to the press release, Swaley's was arrested in October of 2018, and then now it's just finally coming around to trial and sentencing. The police searched a trailer park in Carlisle, northwest England. Both Swaley's and his 81-year-old father, also named Peter Swaley's, were accused at the time of offenses under the UK's Modern Slavery Act. The older of the two, the father, Mr. Swaley's, died in September of 2021. Authorities found the man, then 58 years old, and they have not released his name. So he's been there for 40 years, so since he was 18, in a dark shed without lights or a heating source. He was in complete darkness. The enslaved worker told UK law enforcement that he spent his days doing painting and slating work on the farm for the two men for around $13.60 a day. Now, it's not clear what he had to spend that on. I think they probably kept, it doesn't really say it here, but I think they kept it in an account for him and then bought stuff that, I mean, he did need food, he did need to be clothed, so that's probably what they did. They kept him for 40 years in these horrible conditions.
That is amazing.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 1. Well, we kept him because he was a real good worker. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. It's day 1, and yet again, the legislature.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Coming from the cold and warm up to some of your favorite rock bands like U2, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and more. Take a visual and acoustic trip in the Dome at Clark Planetarium every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
Willem Dafoe, referred to here in this story as everyone's favorite hoverboard riding goblin.
He is.
Sure.
Name another favorite. You can't.
I can't name another hoverboard riding goblin.
I can.
Okay. Who? Come on, prove it.
Ned Leeds becomes the Hobgoblin.
There you go.
In the comic, but anyway.
Anyway, he's going to host Saturday Night Live. January 29th. He'll be joined by musical guest Katy Perry. It's her 4th time being on the show. Dafoe recently reprised his role as Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin in Spider-Man No Way Home. He's currently starring in Guillermo del Toro's Nightmare Alley, which I still haven't seen, but I see that it's coming to HBO Max and Hulu, I think, in February.
Lee George Cade is a huge Guillermo del Toro fan, and so I don't know if he can be trusted with this review, but he loved Nightmare Alley.
Yeah, well, the reviews were pretty positive for it. The critics liked it too, so I'm looking forward to
that's all well and good, but he's not going to be funny on Saturday. He's not. Willem Dafoe isn't funny. Saturday Night Live's a funny show.
I'm going to figure out a way to make some jokes.
You saw him on the Life Aquatic. He was funny there.
You want to see him in a really good movie? Did either of you see the Florida Project?
Not yet, no.
Oh, man.
Well, that's the really depressing one with the
No, it's not that depressing, really. I mean, it's
kids living in a hotel and
in a motel. Yeah,
in a motel.
Yeah, but it's not that depressing. It's actually it's rather inspiring and upbeat how they managed to make a life for themselves and a carefree life, even though they're really poor and their mother has drug problems and they live in a motel. It's not depressing. It really isn't.
Okay.
The Florida Project. And this is interesting. I think this will be interesting to see. I guess Daniel Radcliffe is signed to do it. He's going to play Weird Al Yankovic in a biopic of Weird Al. And I've heard interviews with Weird Al recently, and he's a pretty interesting guy.
I love Weird Al.
And I read there was a big profile on him in the New York Times a while ago about a guy who said, I've always loved Weird Al and I loved his music growing up, and then I went to a concert and I went, oh my God, he's really talented. Apparently his live stuff is just astonishing.
Oh, yeah.
So, and he's a really nice guy too. Here I don't know what to make of this. I thought about making it a boner candidate, and maybe he's just a jerk. U.S. Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch.
Yep.
The U.S. Supreme Court always has prided itself on the civility of the justices toward one another, even if they disagree, even sometimes violently disagree about stuff. They are collegial.
You used to hear about Ruth Bader Ginsburg and what's his name hanging out. I mean, you couldn't get two diametrically opposed people.
Well, Gorsuch has repeatedly refused to wear a mask as requested by Chief Justice John Roberts, and he sits right next to Sotomayor. And so she didn't say why, but I think it's obvious.
I think I know.
In the court proceedings that have been recent court proceedings, she's not been there. She's been remote from home.
She has diabetes.
Yeah.
That's why.
That's why she asked.
But she has not said anything about it. That's my point. Because she's being civil. She just said, I'm going to be why? I just am.
Douche.
Figure it out yourself. University of Utah has announced a new vaccination requirement that calls for students to get COVID-19 booster shots to be considered fully immunized, and students who do not comply by either providing proof of a booster vaccination or declaring exemption will have to have a hold placed on their record that will prevent them from registering for future classes until the requirement is satisfied.
Okay.
This seems to me that once again, those liberal egghead educators have gone against the will of the body that knows best, the Utah State Legislature.
The all-knowing and all-seeing legislature.
How dare the University of Utah go against them?
That's right.
And nobody is making you get vaccinated. But if you would like to go to school at the University of Utah,
sure, hold
need to
that
be
over
vaccinated.
me. That's blackmail. That's what that is.
Nobody's making anybody do anything. If you would like to participate in these things, then get vaccinated and wear a mask.
A former member of the Salt Lake County School Board has been sentenced to prison for pleading guilty to child pornography charges. Again, he was a member of the Salt Lake City School Board. His name, Joel Lehi Organista, 29 years old, did not speak at his sentencing hearing. He learned that he will serve one term of 15 years to life for aggravated abuse and so forth and so on. He was in possession of pretty rotten child pornography. The masks that the White House will be distributing. The distribution of the masks is the largest deployment of personal protective equipment in U.S. history. The N95 masks will come from the government's strategic stockpile and will be given out at tens of thousands of pharmacies and federal community health centers. U.S. officials are starting to ship the masks at the end of this week. They will be available at pharmacies and community health centers late next week. The program will be fully up and running by early February. There will be 3 masks, they're saying now. 3 masks available per adult. Also, they say they will make these high-quality masks for children available in the near future. N95, KN95 are known as respirators that filter out virus particles. They come with markings to indicate that they're authentic.
And if you listened to Dr. Cobble earlier, people were asking how often can you use those N95 and KN95 masks. He said if you're sick, you need to change them out pretty frequently. But if you're not sick, you can reuse those N95s for quite a while.
And I read a doctor, and I've got the story here somewhere, some doctor who said, I wear mine for a week, and then I discard it.
Oh, that's probably a good.
Yeah. So he said, I just made that rule for myself. I kind of wear them, particularly the white ones. It's easy to tell. I wear them until start seeing some smudges on them and things like.
So they get nasty.
Fingerprints or something, and then I go, yeah, no, I'm done with this one. And it's usually just on the outside, you know. A California condor has been spotted at Angel's Landing in Zion National Park.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a very rare sighting. The California condor can live up to 60 years and has a wingspan of 9 to 10 feet. It is the largest flying bird in North America. And you'll remember there was a time when there were no California condors. All they had was some eggs, which were hatched. They had gone extinct pretty much, but they hatched these condor eggs and started raising them in captivity and then gradually releasing them into the wild to reintroduce them to the wild. And this massive effort to bring the condor back from the brink of extinction, there are now, 100 and something condors living in the wild. So that's great. And leave them alone, just observe them.
Yes.
All right. One quick story finally.
You have 2 minutes, so.
Okay. I'll do 2 stories then. AT&T said that they're going to delay, and Verizon also, they're going to delay 5G service around airports because airlines have warned of some problems. So AT&T and Verizon have finally said, oh, okay, we'll delay it. Because there is a way around it. There's a way to figure it out. So we'll delay it until you do that. And then Pillsbury. Okay, I've never heard of this, but apparently people love the Funfetti cake.
Yes.
I don't really.
It's sprinkles.
They're going to release some mixes, the original Funfetti cake, unicorn pink vanilla, and chocolate varieties. These base flavors are different. Each one considers candy bits. All you have to do is combine milk, water, eggs, and then then oven bake, pan fry. Oh, they're going to be donuts. So they're taking the Funfetti cake and they're giving you a donut mix. You have to pan fry or air fry them to a golden brown, and then when they cool down, you put a glaze on them, and then you sprinkle stuff on them, and you have a Funfetti donut. I'm not going to do that.
You had me at pan fry. I'm there.
That should be your nickname.
Pan fry?
There she is, old pan fry. All right, that's the news. Let's get to boner candidate number 3.
Sports weather traffic.
I will mention quickly, because Riley's whining to go outside, that the Utah Jazz are home tonight to the Houston Rockets. That's a 7 o'clock game tonight. I'm coming.
Riley is her husband.
Patchy fog still in places on the west side of the valley, and that fog just sort of hangs around and is the haze that we have come to know going to be today and tomorrow. And hopefully Thursday night into Friday, there's a 50% chance of a storm coming through that will clean out some of that nastiness. But please try to limit your driving today because that inversion is really bad. High of 40, overnight low of 25, same tomorrow. And like I said, hopefully that storm comes in to clear things out. Let me see if we have any specific traffic incidents we need to tell you about. I might be having an incident in my hallway right now because I haven't let Riley out. A crash, I-215 southbound near 25th North on the west side belt. Cars facing sideways into the left barrier. Highway Patrol isn't even on the scene yet for that one. That's the only accident being reported, though. If you have something you think needs to be reported, you can do that. Just make sure it's safe for you to text and then send it in to 33986.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. It's day 1 and the legislature part 2. Quote, it provides accountability to the redistricting process. Quote, we need representation that understands the diversity of this area. Quote, as a voter in a rural area, I'm entirely uncomfortable with my vote being used to dilute the power of another. What? Those are just some of the hundreds of emails obtained by the Deseret News and KSL Investigates team that show an outpouring of disapproval from constituents to lawmakers regarding the recent, highly controversial redistricting process. The Utah legislature and Governor Cox recently gave a green light to the state's new political boundaries, cementing those voting districts for the next 10 years until there's another census. The districts were set by lawmakers, not by the independent commission that was established after a 2018 voter-approved ballot measure. It was a contentious process that drew hundreds of Utahns to the Capitol to criticize the legislature redistricting committee's proposed maps, urging them instead to adopt maps approved or proposed by the independent commission. Despite the outcry, the Republican-controlled panel approved its own maps. And about 24 hours later, the legislature accepted them during a special session. Lawmakers received thousands of emails leading up to the committee's recommendation. 2,100 emails sent to members of the House, 1,679 to members of the Senate, most of them saying, please use the district map by the independent council. Yet another example of citizens using the power of referendum to make their wishes known to the people that have been elected, and the people that have been elected totally ignoring them.
This is this is what state legislatures across the nation are doing. If they're controlled by the GOP, this is what they're doing.
So if that is the case, then if they're not doing the will of the people, then you have a responsibility to have them removed from office by voting. It's boner candidate number 3. It's day 1 and the legislature part 2.
All right. Let's, there's your candidate number 3. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Once again, we have to wonder what the hell is wrong with people. Vandals scratching their name over priceless rock art petroglyphs in Big Bend National Park in Texas. Boner candidate number 2. Well, I kept him because he's a real good worker. It's a man admitting to enslaving another man, a worker, and making him live in a garden shed for 40 years with no light and no heating. And boner candidate number 3, once again, the legislature part 2.
There we go. You've got to decide. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight from this round and get that chance to become boner of the day? You see, round 1, we already have a winner, and it's waiting there in Boner Dome. It's waiting for one of these 3 candidates. So you've got to send one of these 3 forward, and then those 2 will face off against each other for boner fight at 9:20. That's when you'll vote for boner of the day. Right now, let's send one of these forward from this, round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. It's one way to vote. Another way, call the producer's booth. Katie will take your voice vote in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box. It says boner voting, January 19, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. All right. You've got only until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. That's like less than 3 minutes. It's round 2. Go.
I was worried you guys would hear. Mohammed ordered a duck call a while ago, and it finally arrived. So he's been walking around the house, tooting on his duck call.
Now, did he get that from the Duck Dynasty people? I hope
I'm
not.
not sure where he got. Here, I'll grab him real quick.
What's the name of their duck? Is it Duck Commander or something like that?
I don't know. Now, see, I'm trying to figure out why he would have a duck call. Now, I had
because
a
he's-
duck call growing up because we would hunt ducks.
He's been duck hunting.
Has he been?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think Gina's told us the story. He has been duck hunting with his uncle or something.
Interesting.
Yeah. No,
Because
this is-
so I have a passing familiarity with duck calls.
I think it's. I think the Duck Dynasty people. Their company was called Duck Commander, but that's how they made their millions of dollars. Is with a duck with duck
with
calls.
the duck calls. Yeah, that's how they made all their big
Okay,
money.
show him your duck call.
So
No, wait.
blow
First
in
of
it.
all, wait a second. First of all, I want to know what brand this is, Mohammed. What brand of duck call is this?
Bill wants to know what brand of duck call it is. Into the microphone.
It's a Ducks Waterfowl duck call.
Ducks Waterfall.
DUX is a brand.
DUX.
I see.
Okay.
Okay, one more toot and then go to school. Okay, have a good day.
Yeah, that's important. It's important that he have one of those.
I can do
He's
that.
my little hunter.
Yeah,
He's my little outdoorsman.
Carrie was wondering why he had it, and I said, "Well, I remember the story. He's been duck hunting.
He's been.
Oh
duck
yeah.
hunting. Okay.
He's my outdoorsman.
All right. Let's see. It's 8:44. Don't forget, coming up just after 9 o'clock is your second word in our $1,000 a day giveaway. You may have seen it mentioned on our billboard. The billboard just says $1,000 a day giveaway. That's about it. I guess they're relying on us to explain the rest of the contest.
Well, I'm not going to do it.
We're giving you 6 words a day. Now, if you enter with just one word, you're entered. That's once. But if somebody said you can enter 5 more times and get a better chance to win, wouldn't you do that?
I would.
And if it's $1,000 a day, wouldn't you go ahead and
I'd do it all 6 times.
listen to the radio station longer than you would ordinarily just for a chance to win? I think you would. And that's what we're giving you the opportunity to do. Word number 2 coming up at 9 o'clock. Stand by for that. But right now, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by all of the delicious fixins that go into a taco for Taco Tuesday.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Reveal your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource. Open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield.
As a matter of fact, I make my tacos. I can't almost get all the stuff in them in the taco shell. I can't. All the stuff that I want in the taco shell, I can't get it. And my guess is Gina, she has no trouble because what she puts in her taco shell, and I'm just going to guess. Meat.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Yeah.
No salsa. No cheese, of course.
Little
But
salsa.
maybe a little salsa.
Little salsa. Meat and a little salsa. Pico de
You know
gallo.
what you know what happens, Bill, if you don't put anything else in it? You can fit more meat in
You
your
could
taco.
fill it with meat.
Yep.
Thereby sort of making it not really a taco.
That's a taco. It's totally a taco.
It's not. All right, so we had boner candidate number. Oh, was it brought to you by anybody else but our?
I read it all. I did it.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So we had boner candidate number 1, which was once again. We have to wonder what's wrong with people. This is going to be difficult because though number 1 and number 2, they got quite a large number of votes, but again, not enough. To beat the legislature, and that's the same thing that happened in round 1. So the boner fight, I guess, is going to be against the legislature and the legislature, because number 3 won this time, too.
Ledge v. Ledge. Well, then you have to decide which part of the legislature, which is the worst of these two coming up.
Yeah. It's weird.
Today is day 1.
Yeah.
And as our friend Stuart Graves tweeted, day 1 of the legislature, we're going to need more lube. Yep.
Oh, jeez. Stuart, I thought you were a nice boy. So look what I got here. We got a couple minutes. Right?
Yeah, we got things that must go here in a moment. But
what? So this is green beans.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it at x96.com/live?
Mm-hmm.
You see what they're green beans.
Mm-hmm.
I saw these in the store the other day, and I thought, well, maybe it's salted green bean chips.
That sounds kind of good.
And they're it does. I like green beans, cooked green beans, or whatever. So
are they crunchy? Are they?
Yeah. So here it is. It's like it's been dehydrated and dried, and it's got salt. And,
I'd eat that.
Well, okay. They're terrible.
What? In what way are they terrible?
They taste like a green bean that something is the matter with it.
Well,
these have gone bad.
The matter being is that we've taken all of the moisture out of it. 50% of what makes a green bean good.
Well, I've had carrot chips.
Okay.
They've been pretty good.
That's a carrot. That's got a lot of natural sugars in it, so it would be good.
Yeah. I've had, other vegetables kind of, the wasabi peas.
Sure. That's not a green bean.
But the green bean.
Disappointing green bean. Now, what are you going to do with all those green beans?
You know what? I'll probably choke them down.
Because you're hungry.
Yeah,
I don't want to waste any money.
I'll probably eat them. I don't remember how much they were.
If you go to Habit Burger, you can get deep fried green beans there.
Oh, no, that's good. Yeah.
By the way, the sumo mandarins are in. The mandarin sumos are
all right.
They're in.
Things that must go now. Brought to you by
Bill's disgusting green beans.
Oh, really? Oh.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, our dear friend of the program, and you send them to us. Please, we need your must-goes. Send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put the things that are just bugging the hell out of you in the email, and then hopefully if we read it on the radio, it'll make you feel better, and maybe even those things will disappear from your life. So again, it's radiofromhell@x96.com, and then put must go in the subject line. Carrie.
Okay, I'll go first. First, a few from Mount Doom. Things that must go. Vertical burgers that are too vertical.
You got to squish them down to try to fit them in your mouth.
I don't know how I'm supposed to eat a burger that is taller than my head. I can't unhinge my jaw. Here's a thought, though. Rather than, curse you, let's make burgers that are wider and not taller.
Just spread it out.
So like a submarine sandwich or something.
Maybe, yeah. Or just a bigger burger, but flatter so that you can fit it in your mouth. Second, being charged a subscription fee the day before it's supposed to renew. I was going to cancel it, so I wasn't charged. So now I have to talk to customer service and get a refund and cancel the subscription.
They're hoping you don't bother.
They're hoping. Exactly. They're hoping you don't bother. And then making a doctor appointment that's a month out, calling the day before to check on their COVID protocols, and then be told, what appointment? Come to find out that the last person must not have hit save on the appointment, and now I have to wait another month for the appointment. Save. Hit save. Very important. This next one from Amy Donaldson. Things that must go. President Stuart Adams and his decision to not wear a mask while presiding over the first day of the legislative session. Also, people who think masking to protect each other is a hill worth dying on, sometimes literally. People who try to avoid masks by eating and drinking in places where businesses are attempting to stay open and keep people safe. Did you see the video of the guy who kept a French fry in his mouth for an entire flight?
No.
For an entire flight, he kept a French fry in his mouth to say, "I'm eating. I can't put my mask on. I'm eating." Let's see. People who don't leash their dogs. You entitled buggers have taken over every single trail on the Wasatch Front. There is literally nowhere for people to walk with dogs who need to be on leashes for a variety of reasons, from recent surgeries to reactivity to go and get some exercise. Public spaces require consideration of others. Mill Creek or the Bonneville Shoreline Trail are not your yard. Be considerate. Use a leash. From Amy. Who's next?
I'll go next. I have a couple of my own. Interviewers, that is, if you're listening to a podcast and somebody's being interviewed, or interviewers who keep saying, right, yeah, when the interviewee is answering a question. Also, interviewers who ask a question, and then during the answer, they say, right, as though the interviewee is taking a quiz of some kind. They ask a question, answer, and then the interviewer goes, right. And of course, I'm talking about Mark Maron. No, this one is from, it doesn't say. It says, I am scheduled for a colonoscopy at the University of Utah Medical Center. So I thought it would behoove me to find out if they require their employees to be vaccinated, COVID vaccinated. And, they did until some lunatic judge put a hold on the Biden requirement.
Mm-hmm.
How about calling out those hospitals who are too stupid to enforce health guidelines? And this one says, thank you, Lords. And then it says happy hump day, so I really shouldn't read this, but I'm going to. Instead of using my name, could you use my son's name? It's Zach, and he keeps laughing at me, and I think turnabout is fair play, right? Just a quick one that bears repeating. Again, I nearly slammed into somebody who almost fully entered a store and then planted a sudden stop right at the doors, effectively blocking all access.
Yep.
People, when you walk into a store, please take at least 3 GD steps in and possibly even veer to one side. Could you? Are you afraid to commit? You won't be nabbed by the store employees and forced to stay if you go fully inside. I'd just like you to move out of the way while you find your brain, okay? That's from Brent and Zach.
All right.
Gina?
Let's see. This is from Christian, lifetime listener. Christian says, thank you for letting me listen and vent. The thing that must go is the woman who harassed my wife at Target because our 4-year-old son was wearing a mask. She not only went out of her way to tell my wife she was abusing our child because of his mask, but continued to yell and tell other customers in the aisle that my wife was a child abuser for having him wear a mask.
Just doing what Tucker Carlson told her to do.
I just can't anymore.
Yeah.
Hello, lords and lady, things that must go. Not being able to find the masterpiece Dogma on any streaming devices. Carpal tunnel syndrome must go.
Oh, the movie.
Yeah, the movie. The smog in our air must go. All these things must go. Thank you, lords and lady, for letting me listen. Stay safe and warm. Longtime listener and indigenous friend of the program, Rachel Gray Mountain. Thank you, Rachel. And finally, this from Marissa. Things that must go. Senate President Stuart Adams testing positive for COVID and opening the legislative session without a mask and shaking hands with reporters. Or in other words, the words of the Violent Femmes, everything, 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 everything.
Things that must go on the radio.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, just one thing we need to tell you about. Crash I-215 southbound near 2500 North is still on the left shoulder in the clearing stages, but the right lanes look a little icy there. There's fog in the area, which could be putting moisture on the roads. and then it freezes there, so it's a little deceiving sometimes to not, we haven't had any storms or anything. You think there's not ice? There can be ice out there, so be a little careful if you're in a foggy area. Also, make sure you got your lights on. That's traffic.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have boner fights on the way. Stand by for that. And a lot more. All of it on the way. Western Governors University, or WGU.edu.
Yes, the Western Governors University. This is a remarkable thing. It's been around for quite some time. Western Governors University.
Well, more than 25 years.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity for you to get an education, kind of on your own terms, if you will. Western Governors University. They are. Online classes are kind of becoming the norm these days because of, well, we all know why. But in this case, the Western Governors University, they've been doing it for a long time. Tell them a little bit more about it, will you, Gina? You have yours in front of you? I can't find the...
I don't have mine either.
I don't have mine exactly in front of me because I don't think I...
Hold, please.
I was not. I did not get one. No.
I didn't get one either, and I thought I did, but
no, I did not either. I'm sorry. But we'll do this again in a moment.
Yeah. Well, we're going to talk to some people from the Western Governors University.
You know why? You know why? It's my fault.
What?
It's Stockton 12 Honda. I'm looking at the wrong one. That's my fault. Katie's in there freaking out. That's my fault. That is totally my fault.
That's okay.
I got the wrong thing.
We'll learn all about Western Governors.
I refuse to talk about it.
But you can talk about Stockton 12 Honda.
I sure can.
Yes.
Stockton 12 committed.
These are live, so yeah.
Stockton 12 Honda. Stockton 12 Honda committed to Honda's principles of high quality products at low prices. If you buy a Honda, as a mechanic said to me one time, it's bulletproof. It really is. You can just run the wheels off of a Honda. Now, Stockton 12 Honda, one of the reasons they've been around so long is that the community, everybody trusts them to deliver. Stockton 12 Honda is dependable. Now, you can find the used car that you want or the new Honda that you want at Stockton 12 Honda. And if you have a car that you'd like to sell, if you'd like to trade in or sell, man, you're going to be really happy with the price you'll get for that at Stockton 12 Honda. So they're in the Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy. Stockton 12 Honda, incredible trade-in values. You'll find the car you want. I trust them. You should too. Stockton 12 Honda.
Snuffy and Guffey, and let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
What has happened, we look at the camera, what has happened to Snuffy and Guffey is a tragedy, all right?
They're still on, aren't
they? It's a crime, what is happening.
You know when they recast Bo and Luke Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard?
Same thing. It's exactly that.
It's exactly that.
I actually heard one.
Recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still using it. They're still using the jingle, and it's like imitations of our voices that we did.
Yeah.
It's a crime.
You only would have heard it if you listened to the Cocteau Twins.
It's a crime what is happening with Snuffy and Guffey.
Man.
All right.
Well, is it time to do the
news? You can't do that.
I was never clear which one I was.
You were?
You're Guffey.
Guffey.
Carrie, Bill, Snuffy, Guffey. It's easy to remember.
So I was Guffey?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It just never mattered. That's why I was unclear, because it didn't matter. They didn't have any clear character traits. They were just two hillbillies.
All right. Big Boy News, and it's a tragedy. I'm telling you, it's a crime what is happening.
I guess they did have. So Guffey.
Yes.
Was the henpecked one, right? Wasn't I always the henpecked one in the commercials?
That was one of
Well,
his.
my wife says I can't.
Exactly.
I've got to go to Smith & Edwards and get myself a new belt. My pants keep falling off.
I'm looking to see. Oh.
What? You have
Do
some?
we run some Smith & Edwards
I was
on one of
wondering
our
if our
stations?
country station had that. But
No.
Nope.
Well, they're just 17 seconds, so I doubt they have the characters on them.
There's always something going on at Smith & Edwards.
Oh, that's just Pete.
Well,
Pete would hate that I just said that.
That's just
that's just Pete.
You outed him,
You outed the
Carrie.
character.
Yeah.
All right. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now brought to you by
Smith & Edwards.
the Country Boy
Sure,
Store.
why not?
They got everything you want if they can find it.
Send him a bill.
We ought to send them a bill, and they'll pay us in Army surplus.
That's right, Snuffy. I mean,
I'm telling you right now, you listen to those ads. It is a crime what is happening.
I'll see if I can get.
I done nuts there for a minute, didn't I?
Edge! I'm telling you, Edge!
It's a local contest for local people. The money stays here, and perhaps it'll stay in your pocket if you're collecting all of the keywords. 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 is when we give you the keywords, and you don't have to have them all, but better chance to win if you enter 6 times. Makes sense. So the keyword for this hour, I'm a little confused by this word.
Wow.
It's either record or record. I don't know which one it's supposed to be, but it's spelled the same either way. So text RECORD, RECORD, record or record, to 33986 for your chance to win.
I'm going with record.
Okay.
I'm going with record.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
Just to be contrary.
All right.
Well, you'll have to excuse me.
is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehi, look. Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your bodies.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'll be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehi been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof, or do they float? Will Lehi's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders!
Because on this day?
In 1949, Robert Allen Palmer was born. He died September 26, 2003, only 54 when he had a heart attack.
Well, there was a lot of miles on that 54.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the band, the Power Station, a super group, if you'll recall.
With Duran Duran.
It was made up of Robert Palmer, who was never in a well-known band. He was a solo artist, and he was in a band a long time ago, according to this, called Vinegar Joe. I'm sure you remember all of Vinegar Joe's songs. But then also in Power Station, the drummer was from Chic. Then Duran Duran members John Taylor and Andy Taylor. And then another member of Chic, Bernard Edwards, he was producing and also, was in the band from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Supergroup, Power Station. I don't know if they had another.
They did.
Yeah, they had Bang a Gong.
Bang a Gong.
Oh, yeah, Bang a Gong. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
And then his solo stuff, of course.
He had a lot of huge hits. I would play them for you, but I can't, because if I were at home, I could play them for you, but I can't here.
Carrie, because I would say my favorite is Didn't Mean to Turn You On, and you would start playing it, because I bet we don't have that in the system.
They Power Station, it's interesting. They tried to, so when Robert Palmer was leaving, they thought, well, we should have revolving lead singers. And they approached Mick Jagger, Billy Idol, Mars Williams, Richard Butler of the Psychedelic Furs, and Mick Ronson, and all of them said, no, I don't think so. Nope.
Come on, huh?
Nah, no.
No?
No, I don't, no.
Well, I wouldn't want to follow Robert Palmer, if you think about it.
I think Robert Palmer would not like Mick Jagger following him. I think,
Well,
I
Mick's
think he'd be flattered.
not going to waste his time with
No.
that, but anybody else, I wouldn't
And they
want to
said,
follow.
well, you can stay in the Rolling Stones. We just want, no.
You don't have to leave the Rolling Stones.
Billy Idol, no. The Psychedelic, no. They just, nobody wanted to do it. You would think they could have gotten one of those people, right? One of them. I don't know. Who's Mars Williams? He's a jazz saxophonist. So, I don't know. One of them could have done it. If you look at pictures of Power Station, by the way, they couldn't be more 80s.
Sure.
The way they look, with the feathered, poofy hair. And,
Sure.
Yeah, wearing their, members-only jackets.
I'm just stuck on that he was 54 when he died, because that's me in a year.
Well, like I said, Gina,
That's what I think.
it was a lot of miles on that 54. Robert Palmer's notorious for partying.
He was a smoker, too. Big smoker.
Did he drop of a heart attack? Was that what got him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has got a legend. He is a legend as far as partying goes. He's not one that's brought up a lot, but
I guess I'm not a legend as partying, so
Yeah.
I guess I'm probably.
I think it's because he made it to his 50s is why he doesn't come up as much.
Gina, you are a legend in your own right as a non-partier. Gina Barberi, legendary non-partier.
I could start now at any time.
Sure you could.
I might surprise you.
If we have a list of the most risk-averse people we know,
Right
you're on
here.
the top of it.
Mm-hmm. I'm just happy to be at the top of a list. Thanks.
Willing to take a chance? Not
No.
Barberi.
Why should I?
I can think of one chance she took, and boy, did she regret that one.
Remain seated, please.
Thank you.
Permanecer sentados, por favor.
That's her. Carrie, it says here in this biography of Robert Palmer, you said notorious partier.
Yeah.
It says here, a quiet man in his personal life, Palmer was uninterested in most of the excesses of the rock and roll lifestyle. He was a heavy tobacco user who did 60 cigarettes a day, but not a partier, it says here.
That's contrary to documentaries I've seen.
Yeah.
Where the people who partied with him talked about him.
Well, they're liars.
They're liars.
They're liars trying to diss
Bill
Robert
believes
Palmer.
Wikipedia, Carrie.
Yeah,
he doesn't believe anecdotal evidence. He believes Wikipedia.
As a matter of fact, I do believe Wikipedia more than I believe anecdotal evidence. Wikipedia's, people give Wikipedia a bad rap. It's not.
Wikipedia says that I created the character Frank Christ. I did not. We can't change it. We have tried 3 times to change that information, and they won't let us. So how accurate is Wikipedia? Is that
Pretty
anecdotal? Is that
They're pretty
anecdotal
accurate.
for you?
They're pretty accurate. That's just anecdotal.
Because we ask them what evidence you have that proves that I created the character. They can't provide that. They keep asking, well, you need to prove that you didn't create it. I'm like, well, here it is. Well, that's not good enough. That's not
Cousin
good.
Brad. Cousin
Yeah.
Brad created.
Well, see,
Cousin
they
Brad.
they have strict standards. Your proof is not quite good enough.
The word of the person who created it is not good enough.
No.
Also, evidence that he did the voice originally, not good enough.
No.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that. RanLife.com.
Here's a deal for you. Now, I've refinanced my mortgage with Ran Life a couple of times, and they consequently they said, well, you know what? Because you're a return customer, you're a customer for life. And what that does is anytime you want to do business with Ran Life, you get discounts and really privileges that are that most people wouldn't get. Well, other people wouldn't get. If you got to be a customer for life with Ran Life. So what you do, they're offering this to X96 listeners because we've always had a great relationship with them. It's Ran Life's 20th anniversary, so they decided they would let other people listening be customers for life. All you have to do is go to ranlife.com/X96. ranlife.com/X96. You'll find out all about the program, Ran Life's Customer for Life, at ranlife.com/X96.
Rod Stewart.
What?
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the Subway. They ordered 2 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have? I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I hope they had a cola.
You don't think of Rod Stewart as.
I don't think of Rod Stewart. Period.
And he didn't wait in the car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
$9:21 right now. And we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 or so minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
X96 welcomes Spoon to the complex on May 25th. Tune in all week with Nick Davis for your chance to go see them live. For more information, go to x96.com.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to try and make this news sort of upbeat, okay? More lighthearted than the rest of the news we've been doing today, because the Boner Fight's going to be ugly. The one negative story I will do in this last news of the morning, I'm sorry to report. Well, I'm happy to report, first of all, that the Sumo tangerines are now in the stores. I've been waiting for them. I'm on the Sumo tangerine mailing list.
You get an alert?
Yeah, I do,
nice.
actually. Periodically, I get little emails from them, and, and then they say, the most recent one I got, it said, almost Sumo season, they're coming very soon. And then I got another one that said, they should be in your stores today. And I immediately ran out to the couple of stores, and they weren't. But I knew they were going to be there soon. So yesterday I found them at Smith's, and that's good news. The bad news is citrus disease and bad weather are constraining supply of oranges in general in the United States and internationally. Meanwhile, demand for orange juice, which has been actually sliding for years. People used to, said, well, if you're going to have breakfast, you have to have orange juice.
Well, sure.
Well, people are getting out of that habit. They have gotten out of that habit. Orange juice demand has gone down. But it had a bump up during the pandemic for some reason. People thought, it's healthy. I'll drink some orange juice, and now maybe that'll help me not get coronavirus.
It's not healthy.
Orange, no, it's not.
It's better than a Coke. Come on now.
Is it?
Not
Is
much.
it? I think it's about the same, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not much. So orange juice prices have gone up during the pandemic, and they'll continue to go up. Frozen orange juice, which is what I grew up on, that's what we always had. Frozen orange juice futures have surged more than 50% during the pandemic. They rose to a 2-year high last week, going up by 5% in one day. So it's the classic supply and demand mismatch. It's going to be hard for those of you who still think orange juice is a great healthy thing to do. You're going to have a hard time finding it, apparently. Well, what an honor. What an honor for Jeff Daniels, a great actor, a wonderful actor. He's really come along, and I knew he was a great actor when I saw him in Dumb and Dumber. I said,
sure.
that
quite
is
a performance.
That is a great actor. And actually, I really did think that, because I'd seen Jeff Daniels in other things, and he was good, but he was kind of unremarkable, and he just seemed like kind of an average actor, kind of an average guy. And then all of a sudden, there he was doing this off-the-wall, incredibly bizarre character, just letting out all the stops. And I said, that's a good actor right there. And he's really gone on to prove that time and time again now. He is a great actor. The show Carrie and I liked on HBO.
Newsroom.
The Newsroom.
AKA liberal porn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I liked it.
And then he's, of course, been hailed for his performances, Atticus Finch in To Kill a Mockingbird on Broadway. So, yeah, Jeff Daniels, excellent. So this is a fitting honor for Jeff Daniels. There's this vicious worm that kills tarantulas, and they have named the worm after Jeff Daniels. Scientists have discovered this new species of parasitic worm that is particularly deadly to the hairy tarantulas, and they decided to name it Tarantobulus Jeff Daniels. Jeff Danielisi.
Well, why?
So why? Why Jeff? Think about it. Why would they name a tarantula after Jeff Daniels? There is a very logical reason.
Was he in
Do you-
arachnophobia?
Yes.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
He was
I couldn't remember, but
he was the lead guy, I think, in arachnophobia.
I always think of, what is it, John Goodman?
Yeah.
Is who
Yeah.
I always think of.
But,
When,
yeah, John Goodman's performance overshadowed, but Jeff was he saved the town from the invasion of the deadly spiders.
So does Jeff have a comment on this honor?
Let's see if he does. I didn't read completely to the end. It does not say so. Oh, yes, he does. He says, honestly, I was honored by their homage to me and to arachnophobia. It made me smile. And, of course, in Hollywood, you haven't really made it until you've been recognized by people in the field of parasitology.
It's true.
So yesterday, we had on the show, at the end of the show, Jenna Jackson from Nightingale College. And when we were saying goodbye to her, I called her Jenna Jameson. And I didn't really know that I had done it. Both of you went, what? Wait a minute. What?
Oh,
and then I went,
hold on.
And then I went, oh, did I say Jenna Jameson? Well, she was on my mind because she is very ill. She's in hospital. She underwent testing. Doctors initially determined that she was suffering from Guillain-Barré syndrome. According to that syndrome, according to CDC, that syndrome is a rare autonomic disorder, or autoimmune disorder, I should say, in which a person's own immune system damages the nerves and causes muscle weakness and sometimes paralysis. Symptoms can last for weeks to several years. Most people usually recover from it, but they have some permanent nerve damage. Now, Jenna Jameson, and she's a famous porn star.
Yeah, I was going to say she's tested her immune system over the years quite a bit.
Yeah, they've determined she doesn't have that syndrome, but she has something and they don't know what it is. It's not that. Her legs are thinning down. She can't walk or stand up. She doesn't get any better with the IVIG treatments or vitamins. They suspect it's Guillain-Barré syndrome, but now they're having run more tests and they're not sure now. But see, this is what I had read this story yesterday.
It was in your mind.
She was not that I can't tell you that I've ever even seen a Jenna Jameson movie. I don't believe I have. I just know of her. Dolph Lundgren, we all know of him.
I must break you.
Dolph claims that he does not remember putting Sylvester Stallone in the hospital.
Well, he's put a lot of people in the hospital. It's hard to keep track of all
when they were filming Rocky IV. That film pitted Stallone's revered heavyweight champion of the world against the Soviet captain Ivan Drago. It says disconcertingly known as the Siberian Express. Drago killed Rocky's close friend Apollo Creed.
Spoiler alert!
In the boxing ring. And then a director's cut entitled Rocky IV, Rocky vs. Drago was recently released to commemorate the 35th anniversary of the film. And it features some changes to the film, like cutting out...
the robot.
What is the boxing glove opening? The iconic boxing glove
That
opening?
I don't remember. This is a Sylvester Stallone director's cut, and he removed Paulie's robot from it.
That was funny. Why did he take that out?
I don't like the robot.
I thought it was he brought martinis and things.
Anyway, Sylvester Stallone had to go to the hospital where they were filming the fight scenes, and Dolph Lundgren hit him really hard, so hard that his heart hit against his rib cage, and he was in intensive care for 9 days. Well, Dolph Lundgren says, I don't remember that. I don't think that happened.
Maybe that didn't happen.
I don't think it happened.
It's Bonerfied with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to do boner candidate number 1, which is the legislature, particularly for bypassing or trying to bypass. I don't know if they've done it officially yet. Salt Lake County's mask mandate and other mandates for the which one was it? The leader of the Senate who tested positive for COVID.
Adams?
Stuart Adams, tested positive for COVID, then not.
Multiple times?
Yeah, and then again he did, and then not, and so he decided it would be okay to appear at the legislature without a mask, which he did. And then all of that, just all of that stuff, and trying to bypass the mask mandate. That's number one. Mm-hmm. And then the legislature, number two, for not listening to the will of the people when it comes to there were enough signatures to have a referendum. People had spoken. They said, we want an independent commission to do the redistricting maps. And the legislature said, we're going to just do it ourselves. And they did that with, you'll remember, with the marijuana laws. And so we finally did get it. And then they did that also with the Utahns, and there was a referendum that said, we want more people covered by Medicaid in the state. And the legislature said, no, we're not going to do that, even though it's the will of the people. So that's number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide which version of the legislature boners is boner of the day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or call Katie in the producer's booth. Use your voice at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight January 19, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away when you get to the website. Refresh your internet browser, and it will appear so you can vote there. You have 3 minutes is all. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
CART. Spell it with me now. C-A-R-T. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Come join the boys now as they drive the highways and byways of our great city, Salt Lake. LeGrand is driving. His friend LeVar is an unwilling passenger. Again, the Utah word is CART. Listen, Mr. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr., I appreciate you driving me to my appointment and all, but you're scaring me to death with the way you're handling this automobile. I think we may die before we get there.
I've been driving this Reliant K car without so much as a fender bender for 8 years now, LeVar. I don't think you have no room to talk about how I drive. Watch out where you going, you flipping fool!
There, you see, LeGrand, that's just what I mean right there. You cut in front of that guy there, almost rammed into him, and then you honk and yell. It was your fault.
The gall-danged mother flipper saw me signal and just wouldn't move out in the way. He should have moved out in the way.
Look, why don't you just pull over and let me behind the wheel of the K before you give us both ulcers?
Because you haven't a driver's license at this particular junction of time and space. You cannot legally drive. That's why we're driving to the traffic cart, to meet your liar. I have my doubts whether you will get it back, though. You run over a person in a pedestrian crosswalk. Well, the cart isn't going to look on that very favorably.
First off, I didn't run over nobody. I just knocked the guy down. Hell, he jumped right back up, started yelling bloody murder at me, and then it was me that was the one who calmed him down and helped him find most of his teeth. And second off, I fired my liar. He said the best he could do was keep me out of the state pen and in the county lock. He weren't no help at all. So I will represent myself in CART.
Well, you know what they say, LeVar. A man who serves as his own liar in CART has a dipstick for a client.
Oh, come on now. Whoever said that?
Smartest liar ever.
Who, F.G. Bailey? Or that Melvin Belly? Maybe it was that Lehigh McKenzie from L.A. Law.
Nope. The smartest liar ever was Perry Mason. Never lost a case in CART.
He was good. Hey, do you ever look at his secretary, that Deli Street, and have impure thoughts?
Yeah, when I was a kid. When I confessed to my church leaders, I was afraid they'd haul me into the bishop's cart.
It is, let's see, 9:36. Time to award Boner of the Day.
Well. Boner of the Day brought to you in part by tacos.
And more tacos, because I had tacos too.
All right.
Lots of tacos.
Well, so both of the candidates were the legislature. But apparently our listeners felt very strongly about one of the nasty things that the legislature has done. And that was, so it was 55 votes for the loser, 127 votes for the winner. And the winner...
Yes?
And the winner was...
Yes?
Boner candidate number 2, ignoring the will of the people.
Here we go. That's your Boner of the Day for today. It is January 19th, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. All right, let's get this.
The following is a sponsored feature.
And let's get Ismar on the phone.
It's Ismar Vallecillos. Is that correct, Mr. Vallecillos?
Vallecillos.
Vallecillos.
Tough one.
There we go.
Yeah.
Vallecillos. Oh, that's right. The double L. I should have known that.
That's right.
So Mr. Vallecillos is the regional director for Western Governors University, which has been around for before it was fashionable to go online with education. How long has Western Governors University been around, sir?
We just celebrated our 25th anniversary, silver anniversary. We've been around.
How did it get started? I seem to remember some stories about that, but where did Western Governors University come from?
So the name says it, right? We have 19. It started with 19 governors in the western states who saw a need to bring education to the students, rather students to the education source, right? Making it affordable and be able to study anytime. So they got together and they had this crazy idea of using the internet to deliver education, and lo and behold, it worked. And that's where the Western Governors University name comes from.
What kind of degrees does Western Governors University offer?
So we focus in 4 main areas, right? So we have our health professions. You have your nursing, your healthcare administration, business degrees, your MBAs, your accounting, teaching, both for teachers and administrators for schools, and our IT. So our IT degrees, cybersecurity being one of the hardest ones right now. So we have those 4 main areas of concentration.
How many of the students that you have are students who've had some upper level education and then have, just let it go by and have joined the workforce, but if they think, I really should maybe complete my degree or get more education? Are there a lot of students like that?
The large majority, if not, 90+% of our students are students that have some degree, some education, but no degree. They're looking to complete what they started. Life got in the way, job got in the way, and they decided that it's time to go back and finish what they've started. In fact, over 60% of our students are women that, for one reason or another, they gave up their education and now they're ready to complete it.
I think we know why they gave up their education. They did it to raise a family, and now they're going, well, the family's gone. Let's go back to school.
Right.
So, Western Governors University, it's affordable, it's accessible, it'll adjust to your schedule, all kinds of wonderful reasons to do it. But now I understand you're offering some scholarships. It's the year of the scholarship. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we've got this scholarship called Year of You Scholarship. It's obviously an opportunity for those that are sitting on the fence. Maybe, affordability seems to be one of the main barriers, right? People say, I can't afford school. So we have this scholarship. It's up to $2,500 towards your schooling for anyone at a bachelor's or a master's level. So if you want to go on to your master's and money's been getting in the way, we got this scholarship. Just go to wgu.edu, you apply, and you can apply for the scholarship.
Where do you go again to do it?
wgu.edu. So.
WGU.edu.
WGU.
Yeah. We just got a text from a friend of the program that says, WGU graduate here. I loved my time there, it says. So there's a nice review for
I think one of the reasons you like the time is that you can create your own schedule pretty much.
Hey, Mr. Vallecillos, what do you do about books? You have books and textbooks?
Well, everything is in the course, right? So, and one thing I want to mention is it's not credit based. So you're not putting in hours and credits and semesters. It's skills based. So if you already show up with prior knowledge, you move faster through your studies. If you're a fast learner, you're mastering these skills, you're going to move faster through your studies. And we go through 6-month periods. So you only pay for 6 months at a time, a flat rate. And your materials are in that price. So back to the book question. So you pay a flat rate, 6 months. All of the information you need is in that course for you.
Can I join a fraternity? Do you have fraternities?
Don't know that we do. We could come up with one, though.
Okay. All right. Mr. Vallecillos, it's a pleasure to talk to you. He is the Regional Director of Western Governors University. Remember, they've got scholarship program available right now. Go to wgu.edu for more. Thanks for being with us.
Pleasure being on your show. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. We will take a break, and we will crawl towards the exits after the standby. Wendy's for breakfast. Delicious breakfast sandwiches from Wendy's. They're just... My favorite one is, I can just tell you this, the sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast croissant. Just delicious. You can get that with bacon as well. There's also the Baconator, the breakfast Baconator. There's the honey butter chicken biscuit, but the croissant sandwiches are my favorite. Here's the deal. Yes, a great breakfast sandwich, but when you buy any breakfast sandwich, this is for a limited time only. When you buy any breakfast sandwich, your favorite drink is free. And you get to choose what you like to drink with your sandwich. So if your go-to in the morning, most people, coffee, right? Free coffee, fresh brewed coffee for free. Soda, Diet Coke, Coca-Cola, whatever sodas they have there at Wendy's, order a large because it's free. The Vanilla Frosty-Chino, you might as well get this. It's cold brew coffee plus frosty creamer over ice, and it's free. So this is such a great deal. When you buy your breakfast sandwich, at any Wendy's, you get any size drink in a Wendy's cup for free. Limited time only. Hit the drive-thru, Wendy's.
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think so.
Is it embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose wax place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
No, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me. Don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see, I think Jules is kind of she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day is coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving part of it.
Well, I'm not doing it while I'm driving.
What do you...
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, oh, I didn't know I had hair there?
Yeah, well, I have. But I can't.
Keep tweezers in your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
that's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point.
Let's see, it's 9:49 right now.
You said, you always say we're going to crawl toward the exits, and I've been developing these horrible calluses on my knees. I don't.
Do you want to run for the exit on your feet? Is that what you mean?
Listen, I know you have knee pads in that house.
Yeah. I think I'd rather maybe just make a mad dash for the exit.
Or roll? How about roll for the exit?
Because I can't get out fast enough, frankly.
Well, you act like you have the energy to get out fast.
I do. I have the energy.
Carrie's point is we're so tired. It's all we can do to just barely get to the exit.
Oh, no, believe me, I can muster up the energy to get out of here as quick as possible.
Do you have escape plans in your house?
No.
Like if there's a fire?
No, I know you should, but no. Do you, Carrie?
Evacuate in our moment of triumph? I think you overestimate their chances.
See, I think that...
no.
I think fire departments should offer a service that... What?
I'm still laughing about Carrie's
response.
It was just so off the wall. I'm going, what?
I think fire departments should offer a service where you can have them come to your house...
Mm-hmm.
And sit down with your whole family.
They
and
used to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. Say, here, we're going to show you if there's a fire in this part of the house. Here's the way you should get out. Here's what kids should do.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you still can. You used to be able to. I mean, they didn't just come and knock on your door and say, "We're coming in to show you." But you could request it. And maybe they still do.
That would be That would be cool.
It would. They
Especially
come and look,
if you have
and they check your house for fire hazards.
Yeah.
They say, you really should get rid of that pile of oily oily rags over there.
Next to the furnace.
Next to the water heater, you know,
probably
because
not
it's
a
got a
good idea.
pilot light in it. And
Oh, that's not a pile of oily rags.
oh, it's
Johnny
Richard
Depp.
Grieco. It's Richard Grieco.
Grieco.
It was always Richard Grieco back in the day.
But speaking of Johnny Depp,
Yeah.
we were flipping around. God, what was it? Hulu? Oh, I get all these streaming services mixed up, which is a problem because then you want to continue watching a show. You go, Netflix? No, that's on Hulu or some crap.
Yeah.
But there was a show called The Dark Side of the 90s.
A doc?
It's a documentary series. And one of the episodes was The Viper Room.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Lots
yeah.
of bad stuff happened at the Viper Room.
What was the name of the band that he...
He was in a couple of bands, but they talked about how that was like his place, Johnny
They're
Depp's
talking
place.
about River Phoenix when he died.
Yeah.
That's where he died.
He was coming out of he was stepped
Well,
out of the Viper Room and died on the sidewalk.
He was supposed to play in the band that night. It was a super group with like Flea and Depp and him, Joaquin Phoenix, and a bunch of other people. And they started playing, and he was nowhere to be found because, well, he was out front.
ODing on the sidewalk.
Dead on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But, Johnny Depp was, I knew he was a regular there. I didn't know he owned the place.
Oh, I didn't either.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
That was his place.
So, I wonder, is his career done? Sort of, because
No, I imagine that
Amber Heard stuff?
there will be plenty of, like, at first foreign companies will hire him to do movies, and then, Americans have proven that their memories are very short.
Yeah. He'll lay low for a while, and he'll come back in some indie thing and do a great job.
But he's tried that too, even before all of this happened. Who was it? Robert Durst he was playing, or no? He was playing some real character. Oh, Whitey Bulger in some movie, and everybody, they were going, "Oh, his performance is so great," and look at these pictures, and it just went nowhere. Didn't get him any traction. I just wonder if he's kind of that Amber Heard in combination with when was the last time he had a movie that was a hit.
I don't think he's done. He's not. There'll be something somewhere along the line that they're like, oh, finally, the good actor of Johnny Depp that we remember from before the bad things.
Again, there's no such thing as cancel culture. I mean, Kevin Spacey's still doing some jobs here and there.
Where?
In London at the Shakespeare Theater or whatever it is that he's doing his thing.
Actually, Johnny Depp will be on the screen soon, or whenever they get it done, because they are doing another Pirates movie, aren't they?
But whether he's not in it, though. They are doing
he's
another
not?
Pirates movie, but he's not in it.
Wow. See? Yeah. I think, and I'm not sure it's an example of cancel culture, really. I think it kind of tarnished his reputation, but he just wasn't getting any traction. The only thing I can think of that he was sort of well known for in the last few years is the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie. What after that has he done?
Let me look.
Yeah, go ahead and take a look.
But
I
could be wrong.
The thing about the Viper Room documentary, though, is the almost oppressive amount of Adam Duritz in this documentary.
Counting Crows
the
guy?
lead singer of Counting Crows, who, because he said that was the only place I felt normal, because it was at the same time that Counting Crows was huge.
Oh, yeah.
They were just,
he was dating Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah. Well, that's where he met Jennifer Aniston, apparently.
Oh.
But he said, I liked going to the Viper Room and I would bartend because I would help get the tips up for the bartender people. And people just treated me normally there instead of like I was, the lead singer on the cover of Rolling Stone band. But, I'm trying to still figure out why he was considered attractive to so many of those starlets. Adam Duritz. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Dreadlocks.
Well, and he doesn't have them anymore. He's got big sideburns. It's ugly.
And I can't see anything since Pirates that Johnny's done.
So Pirates was the last thing.
Except for like Fantastic Beasts, but I think that was a successful movie in spite of him, not because of him.
And they recast him in the new one.
Yeah.
They recast him.
He's apparently filming a TV miniseries called Puffins. So he's nothing since Beasts. He's been in all these Sherlock Gnomes.
Yeah,
that's a cartoon, right?
Yeah.
He needs to go away for a while.
Murder on the Orient Express.
Oh, he'll be in that?
No, it's one that was done in 2017.
Is that the one that's being released now?
No, you're thinking of the Nile.
Oh, that's right, the Nile.
Sherlock Gnomes, London Fields,
No.
The Professor,
No.
City of Lies.
There's nothing.
Waiting for Barbarians, and then nothing.
All right. He'll be back. He's just got to lie low for a while. All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Let me find that first.
It's under Richard Grieco.
No, that's a pile of oily rags.
Oh, I'm getting mixed up.
All right. Coming up on Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
The X96 1K a day cash bribe is back at 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. We'll have a keyword for you on the odd hours, so have your phones ready.
Also at 7 a.m., it's Beat Gina, and we have the Roadside Diner Edition Radio from Hell coffee mug for the daring challenger that calls in.
Plus, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall will be back with the latest update from Salt Lake City. And at 7:45, Robert Gerke from the Salt Lake Tribune joins us at 8:45 a.m.
So how could you not join us for all of that? And how could you not join us for more on the Radio from Hell show X96?
Okay. I think we're good. All business? Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Never trust a Dutch hamster.
Corey is next.